testa eller? Ja, den hade inte fullt batteri ser jag.
Den har stått laddad hela natten.
Hallå?
Det är KTH.
Ja. Då ligger de här.
Ja, jag ska...
Då tar jag den.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Hallå?
Den är på.
Hallå?
Den är riktad, den tar ljudet så, inte så.
Jaha. Hallå? 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 Med Maria.
Kommer nästa fråga. Vem är det härnäst som ska vara headset? Han.
Vi hade lite sprakproblem häromdagen med headseten när det fredags.
Gjorde ni en felanmälan direkt?
Vadå? Nej, det... Ja, det var jättefrekvens.
Ja,
Det är så.
okej, men då så. Då ska ni sätta en micken på honom. Titta här också.
Man öppnar den där. Ja, sätter
så.
på.
Fantastiskt.
Men nu, kan den vara, ska den vara på nu? Går det inte mycket batteri? Eller
Jag vet inte när han ska prata.
Nej, det är ju 40...
Okej, vi kan ladda. Vi kan ladda. Så du kan
Grejen är att den här den har legat på laddning hela natten. Det är bara 2 pluttar.
Okej, så vi kan lämna.
Jag vill lämna.
Så det är bara öppna, tryck och sen kolla emot det. Nej, det där är problem. Det var sekvens här. Det var någon som trycker på andra. Det här. Så han säger till mig, rör inte.
Hallå. Du måste se var du går. Sladden till väggen är väldigt kort. Vi ligger redan ute så vi får inte köra på. Nej, vi ligger live.
Okej,
Så att vi får bara köra det. Vi får inte starta.
Ja, det är ju jättefarligt. Det kommer ju inte gå. Man skulle ha någon tejp. Ja, precis. Det känns lite farligt. Nu blir den röd där. Ja, nu är den grön igen.
Vi ligger nämligen ute. Jag pratar med han där på vetenskapsrådet med domnamnet. Men vi ligger redan live på YouTube.
Ja. so I have the honor to wish you all welcome to Vetenskapsrådet conference. So, and I will say a few words before I hand over to Maria and Carl. So, a warm welcome. Before I say a few words about KTH structure, work with ethics as a word of introduction, I will also say some practicalities. Emergency exits, the most important. There are 2 doors, 2 emergency exits, and there is an emergency exit out where you came, but there is also emergency exit in that direction. So if something happens, move towards the emergency exits and out. And then we have restrooms are in the basement in that staircase there. And coffee is here, and there will be lunch outside. So that's all for practicalities, I think. Yeah. And we're streaming, as you know, the event. So it means that everything we say in a microphone. So in the conversations, we will hand over microphones for the discussion. So that's important. Okay, so now a few words on ethics at KTH. Before I became head of department in 2019, I was dean of faculty at KTH for 4 years. And in various ways, I then, in that role, also faced from the university management level questions around ethical issues concerning research misconduct, and also, of course, the questions of the university's responsibility to promote good research ethics practice. At that point, we had, just as today, a committee to investigate, a standing committee to investigate cases of suspected deviation from good research practice. That committee was in place to handle, and is in place to handle, sharp cases of that kind. But when it came to more formal advisory support around ethical judgments, I would say the structure was not so clear. As dean of faculty, these would be issues and questions that I would receive, and we would discuss together how to best support. But now, since a couple of years, the Faculty Council have, together with Sofia Ritzén, who is the present dean of faculty today, and unfortunately she couldn't be here, so I'm kind of saying what she would be saying, I think. So she has worked with the Faculty Council to build up a better structure, and also the support structure, the research support structure at KTH has also built up a more robust organization. So today we have a standing ethics committee constituted by the Faculty Council, composed of faculty members, and chaired by the dean. And with Fredrik Karlsson, who will also speak today, we also have in the research support organization advisors that can directly support researchers in assessing ethical aspects in connection to applications for ethics review. So this, I think, is a big improvement over the last years. And in my own academic work as researcher and teacher, I have worked with artistic research since, we could say, early 2000s, and with both design-based and humanities-based research methodologies in architecture. And in recent years, as we know, a lot of new questions and concerns regarding ethics approval have arisen in these fields. And across KTH, individual researchers and research groups are meeting and tackling these questions in different ways. And I want to mention then also another recent initiative by Pernilla Hagbert, who is also participating in the program today, to initiate a KTH network for researchers working with ethnographic methodologies, then gathering researchers in social sciences and humanities across KTH. And I was very, very happy to see that happen in May. This call was come out. And then I was even more excited when Maria Hellström, together with my colleague here, Michael Schalk, came from Vetenskapsrådet in August and asking us to host this conference. Because I think it's really so important in all fields that we specifically talk about these questions and really rise the level of discussion and initiation in artistic research. We know there are very specific challenges that we meet. And there are two reasons why I think this is important, or kind of connecting reasons. The first is, of course, that we want to be able to conduct the research into the most challenging and provoking and important questions for today. So we want to be able to do that. And insecurity around what we can do and how we can do can hinder good research to develop. And at the same time, of course, it's extremely important to safeguard so that we develop really responsible and good ethical practice in that research. And in order to be able to do that, we really need a good shared discussion. So thank you so much for coming here and having this conference with us today. So I hand over to Maria.
Thank you, Katja, and thank you, KTH, School of Architecture and the Built Environment, for welcoming us here today, the Swedish Research Council and the Committee for Artistic Research, and for collaborating with us in arranging this conference on artistic research ethics, as you correctly mentioned here, and research perhaps between vulnerability and empowerment. And my name is Maria Hellström-Reimer. I'm scientific advisor at the Swedish Research Council in the field of artistic research. And by my side here today I have Carl Lunander Skarin, and he is one of the members of the committee. We have other members here today. Please stand up. Cecilia Gärdemar. And we also have Cecilia here, who is also the chair, Cecilia Sjöholm, sorry. And we also have Michael Schalk, but she will be back soon. She had to dash off in an errand. I will soon briefly take you through the program, but first of all, Carl, could you tell us a little bit more about why we are here today?
Yes, certainly. Thank you very much, Maria, and it's a pleasure to be here. I actually conducted my PhD studies at KTH some years ago. I'm a composer and I'm an operatic singer, and I am also one of the members of the Committee for Artistic Research within the Swedish Research Council. And as many of you know, we used to have a yearly conference, but that used to be a couple of days. This year we chose to have a half-day or a one-day seminar rather than a conference, if you may see the difference within that. And as some of you also may know, this year also marked the launch of a new research overview. In January this year, we launched the research overview within artistic research. And this little, very informative paper has a substantial chapter on research ethics within artistic research. And therefore, the committee chose to focus on these very burning challenges, issues, and as I think Katja put it so very, very clearly, why we need to dig into these things, because it might hinder otherwise really good and important research to surface, which is what we actually want it to do. So that's the reason for us being here, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carl. As for the program, I will just briefly present this to you. The day is divided into 3 sessions. The first, addressing artistic research ethics at large, you could say, from different angles, such as from a sociological angle with focus on moral tensions, from a broad linguistic angle, from an administrative point of view, and from what is perhaps in practice more of an intertwined perspective. And the second session will pick up on that, more specifically addressing ethical challenges in practice, with the point of departure in, for example, ethical mirroring, in the relationship between aesthetics and ethics, in the notion of care as reflected also through an ethical review process. And unfortunately, we won't get to hear about more than human ethics today, as our last speaker in this session actually unfortunately caught the flu yesterday, but perhaps we'll see. Perhaps it is a theme that will surface anyhow in some ways. The third session, finally, will be dedicated to good research practice and the question of how to best support it. I guess this is also the overall aim of this meeting today. How this is being done on the university level, and how, of course, also how the Swedish Research Council can support these this topic, and how it can assist in developing good research practice. When it comes to the structure here, all these sessions, as you see here, will end with a panel discussion. And what is important here is that that also allows for comments and questions from the auditorium. So you better prepare, and because this is actually a very important part of our meeting here today. We also hope to squeeze in a few concluding remarks towards the end, and since one of the items on the agenda has been cancelled, I think we will be able to do this and finish at around 4 o'clock. So that's it, and now I will hand over to our first moderator, Cecilia Sjöholm, and she will guide you through the first of these sessions.
Thank you very much, Maria. So I'm the moderator for the first session. My name is Cecilia Sjöholm. I'm a professor of aesthetics at Södertörn University and also chair of the Committee for Artistic Research at the Research Council. And I'm very happy to introduce to you the first speakers. As you can see, we'll begin with Tobias Olofsson from Lund University, who will be talking about research ethics or ethical research, moral tension in artistic research. And as for these first sessions, we'll see how long they are. There might be time for remarks and questions also just after the speakers. But anyhow, towards the end, we'll have a panel discussion when there will be time for remarks and questions from all of you. So, Tobias.
Thank you. Let's see if we can find the presentation. There we go. Terrific. Hi everyone, my name is Tobias Olofsson and I'm a postdoc at the Department of Sociology at Lund University. And I'm here to talk a little bit about an ongoing research project in which my colleagues and I have been observing the assessment process in artistic research. But before I go into this, I just want to make a brief disclaimer. So as I said, I'm a sociologist, my colleagues are sociologists. So we are not artistic researchers. So the perspective I'm bringing today might be that, or to some extent that, of an outsider. So bear with me. And because as sociologists, the thing that we are primarily interested in are things like group processes or how evaluation is organized, and perhaps not with the artistic research itself. And it's from this perspective that we approach the peer review evaluation in artistic research. And besides myself, the project includes Alison Gerber, who is who's leading the project, and Staffan Edling. And we also have had some help from 2 interns who have been interning with us. First, Alexander Moser Uppström, who interned with us last year, and Georgios Kaunas, who's the intern this semester. And the project has been funded by Åke Wiberg's Foundation and the beforskas stiftelsen. And the reason why we are studying grant review processes in artistic research is because the process offers a unique opportunity to explore how academic quality is assessed and agreed upon in a group process. And as you all know, artistic research is a relatively new and not yet stabilized discipline. And because of this, it offers a window into how processes of field formation and negotiation play out in evaluation processes, at the same time as it makes it possible to follow how well-established practices from the worlds of art and science are given slightly new meanings when brought into a new context. So in the project, we have been conducting observations during 2 funding cycles with Vetenskapsrådet. And we have also had an archival angle on it all, where we have been looking at media outputs, reports, books, articles, and documentary evidence concerning artistic research in Sweden from about 2000 to the present. And some of the preliminary questions that have emerged over the course of this project concern things like how experts assess, negotiate, and affirm the quality of applications for research funding. How evaluators rank and rate and rank applications, how differences between evaluators' assessments are negotiated in the room, and also what effects the protocols used in evaluation have on the outcome. So, for example, we're thinking about what kind of impact or that the handbooks that panelists are handed, or the scales used in grading schemes help structure the evaluation process. So many of the questions that we are interested in all come down to how evaluation is organized and how it unfolds in a group such as a peer review panel. And when we think about evaluation, we do that by following a tradition in sociology and in science and technology studies that tends to think about evaluation in terms of what reference criteria and values are used in the evaluation. So it's within this tradition that this presentation sits. And this means that there are some things that I won't be talking about today, but still form an important background to our work. And this, of course, includes the growing academic and political debate on the tensions between ethics legislation and discipline-specific approaches to ethics. So instead, our focus in the project and in this presentation is with the ways in which ethics are discussed as markers of good and promising research. In other words, the focus is with the ways in which questions regarding ethics are actualized in the ratings and the rankings produced by the peer review panel. And when we think about all of this, we think not only of ethics as that thing that the ethics review authority is doing, but also in terms of what Mikkel and colleagues call the ethical cultures of science. And these cultures consist of locally negotiated hierarchies of expectations, concerns, and priorities, by which researchers make daily decisions about how to conduct their research ethically. And this cultural aspect of ethics includes also the texts and resources that collect or comment on local ethical cultures in ways that make them appear almost like laws, but not quite. And I think one good example of this is the Vetenskapsrådets God forskningssed, which is a text that plays an important part in ethical culture in Sweden and in the Swedish research context. And in sociology, the difference between formal and informal ethics is described as a difference between formal and informal institutions, which in turn are two different but related ways through which rules develop and are enforced, either by legal sanctions, as in the case of formal institutions, or by some kind of social sanction in the case of informal institutions. And I guess one example of the latter would be how it's perfectly legal to just move ahead in a queue. But if you do that, you will probably not be making many friends. So there we have an informal institution that gets enforced through a social sanction. And when we're thinking about all this in relation to artistic research and ethics, we are doing so with an out view that looks at how science operates with several sets of local or disciplinary ethics besides the formal laws and codes that we all need to abide by. And these informal ethics can be ethical cultures that are specific to a discipline, or to a methodology, or perhaps to an environment. For example, did Mikkel and colleagues notice that different laboratories, while operating within the same discipline, still had somewhat different ways of talking about and thinking about ethics on a daily basis? And another example could be that in my own discipline of sociology, we have slightly different ways of thinking about ethics depending on what subdiscipline we're in, but also in what kind of methodological school we're in. Because as an ethnographer myself, I often find myself having to think about some questions that my colleagues working with register data and doing quantitative analysis might not have to think about as often. And I believe that a good illustration of the cultural dimensions of ethics is provided in this quote by sociologist of science Robert Merton. And while the quote applies to a very different time, the first version of this text was published already in 1942. I would argue that some of the core principles remain the same today, because while there may be more formal rules guiding research ethics today, significant portions of ethics and science remain non-codified and are instead to be found in the actual handicraft of doing research, and as well as in the debates among scientists and researchers. And importantly, however, because artistic research is a young and emergent field, we also expect to see that the ethical culture in the field is less institutionalized than it is in more mature disciplines. And this is plainly because there hasn't been enough time to create a strong precedent for artistic researchers to fall back on, which means that we might see artistic researchers to lean on ethical cultures from other domains, for example, from science or from the arts. And of course, we observe that the boundaries between these two isn't always that straightforward. So what does all of this mean for our conversation here today? The difference between formal and informal ethics play an important role in the peer review panel's work. And this is because the panel has been designed that way. Because if we look at the instructions given to panelists, the guidelines they receive say that their assessment or evaluation of ethics is to be limited to an assessment of how ethics contribute to a project's quality as artistic research and the project's feasibility. So it cannot include evaluations of ethics in the sense outlined in the law and as overseen by the ethical review authority. And this means that one important part of the panelists' work is to translate the guidelines they receive into a grade and a ranking of how well a project's ethical aspects are addressed by applicants and whether the applicants have demonstrated sufficient awareness of the relevant legal requirements. And from our observations, we can say that the second question, the one of whether the applicants address relevant legal or formal requirements, that's a pretty straightforward and uncontroversial question, because it's a yes or no question that the panelists can answer, and then it will, to some extent, be reflected in the grade. But the first question is much trickier to answer, because it means that panelists first have to identify and define a project's ethical aspects, and then argue for why and how these should be reflected in the grades. And to show how panelists do this, how they solve this question, I've brought some preliminary results that I thought we could take a look at together. And what I'm going to show you are examples of 3 different ways that ethics were actualized in the grading of the application. So 3 ways in which the panels approached the matter of grading a project's ethical aspects and challenges. And the first example include moments where panelists critically highlighted the ways that applicants reflected on their positionality and the ways their position as researcher and artist affected the potential relationship between themselves and the people they were looking to involve or address in their research. So here's one example of this. We have a panelist saying that they are finding a project to be very ethically problematic and extractive. I find it problematic that there is no reflection on the ethical problems and positionality. The applicant needs to critically examine their own understanding of the art that they are practicing. They need to justify their right to work with these marginalized communities. And here we have an evaluation that I would say is informed by an ethical culture that emphasizes relationality and also a need for researchers to address the vulnerabilities and associated relational obligations between themselves and participants that would arise over the course of the research project. So this is the first example. The second example consists of panelists critically discussing the ways that consent is managed in a project. And this is especially so in case of projects where applicants were looking to work with participants who, for some reason, could not consent themselves to participate. And this might be the case when someone's looking to work with minors, or with animals, or with the legacy of deceased people. So in this excerpt, we have two people debating a project where the first one is saying that if we have this discussion, then we have to have it for all the projects. We have to be consequent. It can't be for just this work. If you can't approve of depictions of actors who cannot give consent themselves, then another person breaks in saying that they don't agree. It's partly about what's done. You take a picture out the window, that's different. So here the person B is pointing to traditions like street photography and sort of how consent can be murky and a gray area in many artistic practices and traditions. To which person A then responds, but what seems to be the most important question, if it was a research project, the data could be secured. And if it's sensitive, you only use it in the research environment. But when it's artistic research, you will also use it in an artistic form in the art world. I don't say we shouldn't fund it, but it's a totally different decision. We take a decision not just on the research, but also on the artwork's ethical questions. And what this exchange is an example of is a larger tendency among panelists to negotiate the different cultural expectations in research and art, and how this affects questions regarding consent in the two disciplines. For example, in how researchers are expected to be able to, and also required to, protect and secure sensitive data in ways that might not be desirable or necessary in art. And then for the third and final way that ethics were actualized was in how panelists had a tendency to award projects that would make positive impacts in people's lives. So compared to the previous examples that were also talking about ethics in a negative sense, ethics also had a positive value in these discussions. So here's someone saying that there's a very ambitious aim to create a new field of artistic studies in ableism, and also ethical aims, and the plan is carefully constructed from that point of view. And there is an aim of making an impact in people's everyday lives. I have this quite high in the ranking. And this third tendency is interesting, at least to us, because it expands the ethical obligation beyond just questions of limiting harm in research to also being about actually doing good through research. So in conclusion, the excerpts show example of 3 ways in which panelists use their cultural understanding of research ethics to evaluate the quality of the projects as artistic research. And the culture of ethics that emerge in these discussions include, first, a critical understanding of the researcher's right to enroll others in their work. And it's an understanding that is based on a relational ethic that resembles the ethic of care outlined by researchers in nursing and in feminist STS. And it highlights the vulnerabilities experienced in the discussions primarily by the participants and not by the researcher, but also a need for mutual consent, respect, and care in managing this vulnerability. They also include an understanding of consent that is broader than the one outlined and defined in law, and it distinguishes between ethical obligations in research and in art. And finally, also includes a belief that good research does not just avoid doing harm, but should actually make a positive contribution to people's lives. And that was all for me. Thank you very much.
That was really, really interesting, not least for us in the committee, I have to say. You will have time to pose questions for Tobias, but just one brief question. Have you also been involved in other areas of research and looked at these questions being a fly on the wall as you were now?
I haven't had the opportunity to be a fly on the wall as we've been, but I haven't done it in research. I did it in mineral exploration and mining in Sweden. That's what my dissertation is about. Which of course involves both economic and ecological, but also ethical questions.
So no, because in a certain way, I think this is, as you said, this is a new field, but you're not going to do a comparative study with other fields and see if artistic research is standing out in certain ways.
We would love to do that. We haven't had opportunity to do that yet, but maybe, perhaps, we're looking to expand the project in the future. So we would love to do it, but we haven't done it yet.
So great. Questions and comments for Tobias?
Hello, my name is Kristina Hagström-Ståhl. Thank you for a really excellent, interesting presentation. I just wanted to ask a sort of clarifying point with the quotes from the committee members. Those were sort of observations of conversations, but not feedback provided to projects, right? Because so I'm curious about that, about the relationship between the discussions in the space and what is actually then communicated to the applicant whose project is considered to be either problematic or positive. Have you been able to see anything about that now?
We haven't been able to look at the feedback provided to the applicants, so we only have gotten access to the discussions in the room. So that's of course a limitation of all this.
Thank you so much. Spinning on a bit from Cecilia's first question, are there other results, if like these 3 points that you had in the end? Is there any room to speculate if you would be doing similar studies on, for example, humanities research, and so do you think that you would see? Are there any indications in other researchers, like would you see the same pattern, like all the 3 points that you had? I'm thinking about this, specifically the last point about actually also, you know, if it's research doing good in some way, that is also kind of weighed into decision or the discussions.
I don't have any data on it, but if I were to speculate, I would say that I would expect it to be a growing thing in other disciplines as well, because the ethics of care, for example, is a sort of a growing movement. I believe Hugo will be able to talk more about that later today, but it's something that's it's not emerging just only in artistic research or humanities or social science. It's growing also in science and natural science.
It's also another point was the relation between looking at ethics in research and then art, and how you know these fields are like different and have different patterns. I also maybe that's also a question for wider research in this field, but other ethics kind of systems, like in journalism, for example, which would be very interesting, you know, in this research to compare. Have you reflected on that, or it doesn't come in perhaps in this?
Not in journalism. I had a lot of thoughts, because I've worked on mineral exploration and mining. I've had a lot of thoughts on that, because they too work with sort of a dual set of obligations, because you have engineers have certain obligations, you know, to be cost efficient and safety concerns and all of that, and then you have they often sort of outsource the social aspects of building a mind to social scientists and, who sort of join them and do the social angle.
Hey, Tobias, thanks. My name's Rebecca Hilton. I'm wondering about the kind of the array. If you're looking at each funding round, looking at the array of things that are funded and whether something's emerging about the kind of ethical approach in those various kind of rounds. I wonder if that's coming up, or are you looking at things kind of in a more atomized way?
It's more to the atomized way, but that's mainly because of how, like, the nature of the material we have, because we've only been able to observe 2 funding cycles. But I would say that I think there's more discussions about this in the second round of discussion than in the first one, because the first one, not all reviewers have read every application, so not as many people have as many sort of thoughts on all of it. And there's more time to also talk more in depth about the applications in the later stage.
Kind of consciousness got raised at a certain point, and so processes changed, do you think? Or
no, I don't think so. It's more that there's the opportunities to go into depth are sort of there in the second round, but not in the first one. It's sort of because there's so many applications in the first round, then you reduce it to the second round.
So a final question and then...
Okay. I'll try to be very brief. I was curious, maybe going back to this question of the sort of art versus other ethical field, and if you could speculate a little bit. My name is Benjamin Gertis, sorry. I was curious about this comment that kind of made a opposition between academic research and the art world, right? And it seems that one of the interesting things about artistic research is it sits within and outside of academia at the same time, but that in this comment we're kind of activating, as art activates a different public, potentially, there's a kind of different ethical imaginary from this comment. And I wondered if you could make some sort of distinction, because we have a kind of bifurcation of, like, academic research has a codified and uncodified set of ethics, and then there's this other sort of broader public. So it seems like you kind of have 2 competing or overlapping ethical imaginaries, I would say, and I was curious if you could say anything else about that.
It's hard to answer that in a brief.
Yeah, so maybe we take it some... yeah.
Yeah, let's take it in the
okay,
panel later.
Sounds good.
Sorry, thank you.
No, we queue it up. Thanks.
Thank you so much again, Tobias, for a great presentation. And so our next speaker is Martin Avila, designer researcher and professor of design at Konstnärlig University. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yep, great. Let's see. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation to be here. My name is Martin Avila, professor of design at Konstnärlig. I've been working for the last 15 years or so, working with what I call interspecies cohabitation. So I think it's a pity that Cecilia Osberg is not going to be here today. But I'll definitely touch upon the issue of modern human ethics through this presentation, which I notice has kind of it's a very open-ended title in that sense. But sort of the let me see. I cannot see notes. Just a second. Yeah, now, So the topic that brings us together is today's ethics, and I will speak about ethics in a general way as the consideration of our relations to others, and more particularly by paying attention to the otherness that we produce by making new things. So things that did not exist before, by designing and creating new artifacts that become parts of new environments. Our dominant material culture is anthropocentric, has been anthropocentric. There's an ethical dimension, I would say, in these interspecies relations. As it is now, very few of the things created by this dominant global culture of design are meant to be used or interpreted by other species. And here what we can observe, what we can see is that this antenna for perching for some bird species, and this is nothing that's been part of the prescriptions of the design of the product in itself. So sort of from the beginning, design has been designed by humans and for humans. And in everyday life, the results of design might look like this. You know, here we see birds like this. Better now? Can you hear me now? Yeah? So in this image, we see birds, wasps, spiders, and plants, among those that to some extent have adapted to our designs. But most species are not capable of doing this, so they're displaced and in many cases threatened to extinction. So at this point we know that this is too short-sighted, that we need to include other beings in our designs to sustain the natural cycles on which we're dependent upon. So we need to practice an ethics of not only human-to-human morality, but also one that can be sensed across species' perceptual capacities. Ethical behavior is not unique to humans. This article by Yogi Hen Lin is an investigation of the ethical capabilities of other than humans from a biosemiotics perspective. I'm not going to talk about how other species communicate in order to cohabit, which is what this article does, but I want to say that sort of understanding degrees of ethical behavior that is species-specific is part of the task of becoming articulate, sort of to distinguish the kind of ethics that we can consider ethics, some of which is embodied through design. And this is why I wanted to include the word language in the title. The process of languaging by using natural languages such as English is a sort of human-specific activity that makes differences to our perception of the world. Language is a modernist system. And this has overlaps with the practice of design and design research. I will mention a few sort of word concepts that have been important to me in my design work and research work throughout the years. And the first one is the notion of device. Years ago, through my doctoral work, I started to think the inclusions and exclusions created by design with the notion of device. And a device is something that etymologically divides. It comes from the word something that divides, something that splits, arranges, organizes. So if we think our material culture, which is what I do, you can think of a door handle, for example, and how this door then, by being, let's say, a metal door handle, would include some and exclude others. You know, some people that will be strong enough to pull this on, some people that will be tall enough to reach it, and so on. So this, by this kind of simple means, you can think inclusions of exclusions in that way that I've been thinking the word device. And it would exclude babies, people without hands, butterflies, and so on. So that you can think that kind of how that thing organizes the world in one way or another one. But these inclusions and exclusions manifest themselves in relation to all kinds of actors along the whole of the life cycle of the product, not only the moment of use. So in that sense, you can think if it is made of metal, you know, it will come from materials that may come from Bolivia or from Sweden. And in that sense, you think, you know, you could think the whole of the life cycle of something and think the devising, the organizing that thing. The kind of the starting point for me to think kind of these issues was because I was interested in accidents. So how, for example, when we design something like a car, we're creating not only the possibility to transport ourselves from one place to another one, but also the car crash, or at another scale, how we can think the accident of global warming by means of CO2 emissions, so things that are unexpected. We design something, and with it comes all kinds of relations that are kind of part of the design, so implications of the design. So something that is hospitable in a particular relationship or scale might become hostile at a different scale or time. And this kind of languaging help us to pay attention to the inscriptions and prescriptions of devices, you know, and by doing so, then how the devices that we design create both hospitality and hostility. I wanted to shortly present one of my projects as an example of an attempt to inscribe a multi-species ethics. This is the working title of it, Spicy Species, and it's one of several projects developed as part of my international postdoc, which was financed by the Swedish Research Council in between 2013 and 2016. I noticed that this is still making noise. Is it like too like this? Is it better now? Louder. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm trying to help to make it this pleasant experience. We were working with plants. So the initial starting point was the intimate relationship with plants. So we eat plants constantly. We use plants for medicinal purposes. In that way, they affect us, our metabolism. They affect us, you know, in a kind of very intimate way. So we wanted to work in this particular project at that scale, and the way sort of plants affect us physically and our metabolism. And sort of with the guidance of researchers at the Multidisciplinary Institute of Vegetal Biology in Cordoba, Argentina, so we studied 4 native floral plants of this region, all of them medicinal and some of them medicinal and edible. These are the species that we studied. And so it is common in this region that companies sell dried parts of different plants to be used in infusions for different medicinal purposes, but the habitats of these plants are decreasing. So only 3 to 5%, and these percentages are quite common across the world actually, definitely in South America. Sort of 3 to 5% of the native forests remain. Everything else has been used for forms of urbanization or agriculture. And if we would be concentrated in one single place, then the yellow part would be approximately 5% of that region. So with the decrease of native forests, there is a decrease of species, but also of a variety of sort of cultural knowledge of those species. So people that have been in relationship, you know, through, you know, practicing traditional medicine, for example, you know, are also decreasing because these kind of plants are no longer available, and the knowledge and the use of them disappears. Louder. Okay, maybe I need to make some. Is it better now? I will try. So we decided to work with the passion flower. The scientific name is Passiflora caerulea, for being both medicinal and edible, and for some specific interaction they have with carpenter bees that make them vulnerable in urban settings. There are many visitors that come to this plant. We paid special attention to its main pollinator, which is the carpenter bee that you can see here. Looks like a bumblebee of the genus Psilocopa V. So this bee and plant have sort of co-evolved, so that the morphologies are complementary to each other. As you can see, the flower has sort of 5 stamens that expose the pollen down, and the bee seeks the nectar is at the center of the flower, and then rubs its back, you know, against the stamens with pollen, loading it with pollen, and then disseminate it from flower to flower, enabling the pollination of the plant. There are 18 species of Psilocopa in Argentina. This nests in dry wood by drilling holes, you know, where they lay eggs, you know. And of those found in this region, we decided to work with 2, Psilocopa artifex and Psilocopa ciliata. And the peculiarity of these 2 is that they drill not on solid wood, which is the most common thing in this species, but on hollow woods, like cane, which is what you see on the left, or Eryngium, which is what you see on the right. And we decided to work with these 2 species in particular because both are increasingly rare in urban areas, since they're more threatened by the preferences, you know, to have other kinds of plants. With sawdust from the scrapping of the walls, they build partitions. This is the cut of a cane, where you can see how they build the nests. where they put the eggs. And I wonder if you can see here, they will drill a hole and then take. It's very problematic. They will drill a hole somewhere here and then take material from here, and with this material they will build this partition. So they will put an egg, put food, close it, an egg, put food, and close, and in that way sort of they do this, what you see now. And sort of basically, I'll make sort of long story short, but this is our proposal then, which what we call a cycle initiator. And this set gives us several possibilities then to grow with the floral plants, to contribute to the habitat of the Coleococcus, and to encourage its use as a medicinal plant. These are some details of the parts. Here we can see inside the flask and the germinators made of substrate and seed. And the idea is that anyone using this set will be able to plant these, whether it's in a balcony or a garden, and in this case to prepare to make a pot. The package will be disassembled. The compartments are inserted onto one another. The seals are fastened and tighten the constructions, and it is placed. Then the germinators are removed, and then they are planted. And here you can see the seeds of the passion flower in the germinator. The germinators are made of vermiculated clay, so once you water them, they kind of dissolve very easily, letting the soil nutrients come in. It takes about a month or two for this plant to grow, and then when it starts growing, it actually sort of tangles up. So it uses what we have used in this set sort of to climb, basically, to tangle up. And it will take about 6 months or so, maybe less, depends where it is, until it could be, it is mature enough and it could be pruned, for example. Sort of through this set, we suggest that people prepare tinctures, which are made from the leaves and stems taken from this pruning. And I'll skip explaining the process, but I can say that after 4 to 8 weeks, then leaves and stems are filtered and the tinctures removed. The fresh parts concentrate more chemical properties of the plant and sort of give a lighter color, which is the difference that you see here. And then the tincture is put into the dosing tube that comes with our set, and tincture, like infusions, like teas and so on, have a relaxing effect. This plant is used for medicinal purposes, for as an anti-stress plant. But the tincture concentrates better the chemicals of the plant. So ideally, this is what we would see after a while. What must be understood is that this is becoming more difficult to happen naturally, because in the city where we study, there's a lack of plants that these pollinators inhabit. Hence the need to relate to these native plants in a way that also includes the pollinators. I'll return to this project briefly, but back to words and to language and languaging. The first concept that I talked about was device. That helped me frame hospitality and hostility by thinking inclusions and exclusions. Now I wanted to introduce to a second concept developed in this book, which I published a year ago, called Designing for Interdependence. And that is the concept of alternatives. It's a wordplay with the word alternatives, of course. And this notion helps me to articulate to what degree artifacts participate in environmental relations, how they may relate to humans and to others. And sort of the concept indicates the alterity of a thing, its own foreignness to environments, by being artificial, fabricated by humans. It demands thinking how something alters the relation to those that live in an environment, how it makes them different somehow. We bring new things into the world that all kinds of creatures, human, but any other ones, will have to kind of negotiate and deal with somehow. It's just a possibility that these others, this alterity, may enter a process of nativization if they are designed with the ecological and biological constraints of the particular places where they will be used. And here there's something important, but by highlighting the word native with a hyphen, I'm not suggesting a binary. It's kind of simplified opposition, native, alien. So what I'm after is paying attention to how something participates in the processes on which living creatures depend upon in the places where they're used. And then finally, the notion of alternatives does not explain, does not explicate. It demands answers. The implications need to be unfolded. Traced maintains alternatives, emphasizes vulnerability in order to become life-affirming. And this last part is important to think relations to others. You know, we have different vulnerabilities. Who are we recognizing through the inscriptions of our designs? Who are we sort of appealing, engaging, you know, through the material cultures that we produce? So using this conceptual frame, one could ask, you know, how is this project that I just showed you an alternative? To what extent, you know, is it? Does this artifact, as alterity, as other, participate in the life of native species? And I would say to some extent, you know, there is a psychological dimension. It brings us humans emotionally closer to other than human native species. Some of them, at least, you know, there's a human social dimension whose knowledge, you know, we were talking about scientific knowledge, but also people that practice traditional medicine, which is not non-allopathic, and have first-hand knowledge of the plants and the visitors. And there's, of course, an environmental relation, an environmental dimension that makes possible the presence of pollinators and plants, and also materializes knowledge that takes them into account. The plant that climbs the bee, the 6 cavities in a tubular structure, the density of the material that needs to be soft enough for bees to go through and recognize, and so on. This is, for example, the way Psilocopa recognizes the cane, going around to assess the suitability of the cane for a nest. But when I asked the entomologists, the people that I was working with, to explain what exactly was the bee doing, you know, they were not certain. You know, we still know too little about this process. You know, the bee sort of taps on the surface of the cane occasionally as it sort of moves around, but it's not known what kind of information it's retrieving. So our proposal has cylindrical components so that the bees can recognize the patterns of cylindrical structures that match, you know, in that sense sort of match kind of the nature cultures, sort of trying to imitate, you know, what a cane would look like in this case. But yet we cannot say with certainty to what extent or to what degree this can be an alternative to the habits they have. So to wrap up and returning to the title, languaging helps us frame ethical dimensions of our culture by using words such as in my own practice, like devices and alternatives. We may strive to articulate how the things that we bring to the world embody prescriptions for ways of being in the world, and design research must make this explicit, you know, through design and by using language in that sense. And in addition to framing ethics through languaging, probing relations through design helps overcoming our species-specific ways of communicating through natural languages, and engages with the perceptual capacities of other beings, bringing us closer to making explicit an ethics of ecological dimensions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was really interesting and raises so many questions, which I think a lot of artistic researchers engaging in ecological issues meet. And thank you so much for presenting the use of language and creating concepts in this process. My first question would be, so do you think that your research then, was it also necessary for you to engage with researchers in the natural sciences in order for you to not create a process that was too invasive, so to speak, in what you were doing? Yeah, definitely. I've been working with, well, in this project with entomologists, the ones that were the experts on these particular species in Argentina at the time, and they, you know, they were the ones that sort of provided me with the context for sort of experimenting in that sense. We didn't experiment with bees in a way that would require, I would say, an ethical approval in advance. You know, we were really sort of probing
through some of these shapes that you saw, whether the bees would adopt it at all. So they had spaces where there were sort of plenty of these species, around, because they are sort of used to inhabit, because they bring them through plants and through canes and other things. So, but their knowledge was fundamental to become articulate, to understand all the levels. What do they interpret? What do they need to survive? To what extent can they actually travel from certain distances? There are many parts of this project that I'm not showing, but sort of we calculated that, in a city, for this species to exist, there will need to be at least one of these plants every 300 meters in one direction, because the maximum they can travel is 500 meters. And if there are no links, for them to kind of make this sort of pollination possible, then they will just disappear. So if you start thinking those dimensions without the scientific knowledge, then you cannot really make claims through design of what kinds of artifacts would be desirable, would be possible, would be relevant, basically, in an ecological kind of context.
Yeah. So we have time for yet another couple of questions and comments.
Thank you so much. I'm Lambert. I'm wondering, I guess, around like the ethics of starting from the Anthropocene and how we grapple with that, of like the critique of the erasure still of the indigenous body, and then the return to the exploration of the native. Well, the critique of the Anthropocene itself is a proclamation of essentially erasing certain forms of native populations. And what do we do with that?
Yeah. I think it's a really important question, and I try to think that design has to diversify. Let's put it that way. We have a dominant design culture that really makes monoculture. So the same design needs to kind of be a good response, let's say, an appropriate response to all parts of the planet. And sort of in that sense, these chairs or anything that we see in this auditorium, could be designed here in Stockholm and then produced somewhere normally, let's say in Shenzhen, China, and then, distributed and be used just about anywhere in the world. And in that sense, we kind of really kind of erase, the possibility of these things to engage more particularly in a kind of situated kind of ways, where they come from, where they end up being used, and so on. So if you think the idea of an artifact being sort of native in the way that I'm trying to think, is that, okay, where is this thing coming from? How does that participate? Where is this thing end up being used? Would it be relevant in this cultural context? To have this kind of artifacts when this is imposing a kind of norm. This is imposing so many other things as well, and so in that sense. Is a fundamental question. So we need to kind of think a design that supports not only biological diversity, which is what I've been focusing mostly on, but cultural diversity as well. So what are the things that populate a culture, that made a culture as well continue to be, sort of, because the artifacts provide stability to institutions. These are the things that will survive us, and through these things, we engage a certain kind of patterns, cultural and many other ones. So I think this is a kind of really interesting, I think, potential to think in a kind of the diversity in terms of culture, in terms of place, in terms of species. That would be my way to think, what is the role of the human if we were to think design, ecologically, but also in that sense that I think you're sort of speaking about. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Martin, for a great presentation.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Fredrik Carlsson, who's a research ethics advisor here at KTH. And I would also like to inform you, if you hear a sound the whole time, there's a tunnel being construed. So we have no risk for us, so to speak. But yeah.
So I'm Fredrik Karlsson. I work just a couple of buildings from here with the research support, the research support office. I have a background in first in biomedicine and then in theology, specialized in ethics. Before coming here, I was a senior lecturer in ethics. But today I'm an administrator. Will be quite a contrast. I think that won't be a problem though. I start with the basics. The scope of Swedish institutional review system, which I will not call an ethics review system. Yeah. Do we have the same problem? I'm trying to do this. These criteria are seemingly to me attempts to point out research typically involving more serious risks. Risks that fits the criteria should be vetted by a formal procedure external to the universities. The external part is special, not for Sweden, but it's internationally it's rare. Lesser risks are left to be handled without precise legal requirements. Academic researchers have skills and resources that make them more powerful than the typical citizen, arguably, but most often so. Research activities tend to be inherently risky due to the aspect of not knowing exactly what you do or what will happen. An institutional review system for serious risks of harm, etc., makes sense from that perspective. As professionals, researchers know very well where the serious risks are and may or must use the review system when research is planned containing such risks. To distinguish situations where you must and where you only may use the review systems, there are those criteria formulated in the law, kind of straightforward, you may think. It is important, and I know everybody knows this, I'm telling you, but it is important to insist on the intention of this external system because it is what makes the Swedish version of an institutional review system reasonable and gives it legitimacy. Researchers get an assessing service when they need it the most. The public's confidence in academic research is upheld and citizens in general may find some peace even when they consent to participate in research. As an administrative solution, the Swedish variety has better prospects to be efficient and guarantee equal treatment than the internationally more common university-located system inviting relativism. While still, the intention and the system actually provide the assessments mainly with views seeping from academically dominated committees. So it's not disattached, it's just external in somehow. And as long as it flies, it's a decent system. The intended function, though, does not always harmonize with the actual function. It seems that disharmonies becomes more emphasized when the risks of the research are not what the legislation is designed to handle, those relatively precisely formulated criteria for when you must use the review system becomes unreliable. It's a rather straight arrow, but the aim is wrong. When the actualities of the system falls too far from the original intention, its legitimacy is at stake. That has been demonstrated during the years when the institutional review system decided to leave its nest within medicine and spread its wings over social sciences. For me as an ethics officer, that often meant and means to protect the individual researcher from a forceful and mechanical exercise of administrative power by governmental agencies, rather than support researchers in preparing to protect participants from harm or other violations. The legitimacy of the system deteriorated. All projects within arts-based research that I've assisted in so far have included ethnographic methods and thus been affected by those disoriented actualities of the institutional review system. This has been thoroughly debated, and there is presently an investigation by the Ministry of Education and Research that has apt opportunities to improve the situation and rebuild legitimacy. The report is expected to be done in about a year. Arts-based research as such, though, has its own problem in relation to the institutional review system. It is unclear whether the institutional review system should be applied to arts-based research. A governmental bill from 2018 found for the latest amendment of the Ethics Review Act, and especially address which kind of research practices that the Act should be applied to. And the definition of the research was changed by that bill. On arts-based research, it says, furthermore, the government determines that there are insufficient materials from the investigation to include arts-based research that differs from scientific or scholarly research by emanating from artistic practices. I think this is known by many of you. And to the normal language user, this quite obviously means that arts-based research is legally not included in the scope of the Ethics Review Act. There is no legal requirement at all for an ethics approval as long as the research is based on artistic practices. At least for not those aspects of a project. However, this has not been tried in court. Neither is there any stated exception for arts-based research in the law. Neither have I been able to find any legally valid definition of research based on artistic practices. The legislator clearly has an intention to exempt arts-based research from the legislation on ethics review, but they also say that they do not know what would be exempted. This means that the scope of the expression research based on artistic practices depends on what the Court of Administrative Law rules, which they have not done. The supervisory authority for these matters has been consulted, but at that time showed no knowledge of the passage in the bill. The only governmental body that has some perceivable authority on the matter on a national level and has furthermore attempted to describe what is meant by artistic research is the Research Council. This is, though, and I won't quote it, a description to show for which activities funding is granted, not relating to any institutional review. Neither does the description wisely, I would say, define what the word art refers to. If it would be a matter of suspected transgression of Ethics Review Act, it is still up to the court to decide what arts-based research is, including defining art. Until that has been done, it is unclear whether it is unclear which, if I get it right, which actual cases of perceivable arts-based research is included in the scope of the Ethics Review Act. How you act in a meta gray zone like that is not without complexity. It became an actual problem, and I think I'm just going to bring up cases. I think there are more common problem than this because of the association between artistic projects and use of ethnographic methods, where the ethnography kind of get the project into the system, and accidentally the system treats artistic expressions as well. Anyway, it became an actual problem concerning a project where the artist intended to share her experiences of earthquakes by an installation where Participants would take part of stories while laying on a vibrating hammock. There were interviews too, of the kind that require an ethics review for purely legal reasons. From the perspective of the institutional review system, the ethical tensions would be located at the kind of information handled during the interview, as well as the attempts to psychologically affect the participants in ways that differs from everyday experiences. However, while the affection of participants would be done by an arts installation, we made the assessment that the only reason to apply for an ethics approval would be the handling of certain kinds of information. The Ethics Review Authority did, though, in a request for further information, address the risks concerning participants with previous experiences of earthquakes, traumatizing so. Such risks were not obviously emanating from the handling of personal information, but rather from the installation as such. With that, another and an actually serious concern arose. Is it appropriate for a democracy to vet art installations before they may be performed, with the possibility to effectively prohibit their performance? Did the researcher and KTH risk the freedom of expression by submitting the application for ethics review? I know this sounds like construed drama, but it is what is ethically raised when an institutional review system takes the power to assess art. What if the investigator did not want to use thoughts on religion or philosophy? Would they come up during the interviews? Should she have, just to protect herself, applied for an ethics review concerning an art installation and await the decision of institutional review board before inviting people to the installation? What would that be? How would it relate to any actual ethical concern? This case shows that the usual easy way out whenever a legal grey zone is encountered, the administrative perspective easy way out, standard one, namely risk minimization by applying for an ethics approval in spite of sincerely doubting that there is any legal or ethical need for it. That way out may not decrease the level of complexity or risk when it comes to arts-based research. If the Swedish institutional review system is to review arts-based research, it will review art. That means that artistic expression could be prohibited by a governmentally and legally sanctioned committee. The small problem with that is that it would treat artistic expression within research inconsistently to how artistic expression outside research is treated, saying, this is terrible to do if you plan to learn something from it, but it is okay as long as you don't publish the results in this and that journal. Basically, that's the practical translation. The large problem is that it creates risks not only for academic freedom, but also more fundamentally for the otherwise much cherished freedom of expression. Risks that are disproportionate, as well as foreign to any purpose that an institutional review system could reasonably have in Sweden. Still, arts-based research is no different than other research in respect of generating ethical aspects to be attended, including serious risks of harm, problematic relations of dependencies, or amplified vulnerabilities. One of the first cases I was contacted about were plans for an art installation now available at the Museum of Performing Arts. Children with profound and multiple learning disabilities were invited to try out customized multisensory music experiences tailored to their abilities, musical preferences and needs. In another case, the investigators gave an opera performance with the intention to transfer experiences of singing to the audience by way of a corset-like equipment strapped around the body that mimicked the singer's torso movements. In cases like that, there are some risks to be aware of when exposing participants to prototypes or other non-standardized equipment, and there are usually recruitment criteria or interview questions to attend to. Ethics approval may or may not be required. There may be things to handle, and access to various competences would be necessary to do so, but there is no reason to think that it would be an overly complicated issue. It is not unreasonable, though, to require an external review of a project involving children with disabilities interacting with electrified equipment. But allowing the present institutional review system to assess artistic aspects is simply not advisable. There are further problems with fitting arts-based research into the present review system or its rationale. A recent PhD thesis on underground movements consists of simultaneously ethnographic and artistic studies of social movements exercising civil disobedience. The author used action research as methodology, involving an ambitious installation and more. In such a project, ethics is relevant at several levels, for example, as a point of inspiration, in line with the logic of civil disobedience. It also involves treading close to and over sensitive borders in ways that create an understanding of social movements that would otherwise be lacking. If an external system would review such a project, would it make sense to expect would it make sense to expect or require a minimal risk-taking of the kind that may disturb the general trust for activities housed by universities? Is it relevant or important in any way concerning such a project, as opposed to a project that involves cutting into people's bodies or asking them to eat new chemicals to see what happens? A large, high-profile research framework spanning over many years and involving many projects revolves around investigations of senses of discomfort and comfort, and development of tools for non-medical contraception or for handling premenstrual troubles. It is not clearly based on artistic practices, but has similar stances, like working pointedly with enriched percepts, generating knowledge by acts, and transgressing some habitual borders, especially concerning understandings of the body. The medical gaze is not used, while empowering devices of the female body, including intimate parts, is designed and investigated. The research has stirred up an unexpected degree of confusion when interacting with the institutional review system. There have been several requests for additional information in spite of the information already being in the application, according to my reading anyway. Further problems I won't have time to describe. It is like the language that is habitual to the research field was not understood by the review committee, which thus could not acquire the information present. And many of these committees were medical, and the researchers are in technology design. The research is not high risk concerning harm, but definitely risky, as it closes up on habitual beliefs or taboos on women touching their intimate parts, how, with what they gain, and in what purpose. Risks like that, or those from working with civil disobedience, are, in my view, very healthy ones, arising from sniffing along borders. And I've understood from the Research Council's report from this year on artistic research that border sniffing is common to artistic research. Thus, this kind of friction from lack of discursive overlaps or not sharing habits of risk-taking, possibly because the risks involved are partially of a very different nature, will be a continuous problem. Would they be tried in the present system? And it is not clear quite yet that artistic research must not be tried in the institutional review system. But this is not to say that our arts-based research would never carry serious ethical concern, and that an external assessment would be an apt service at times, or that the present review system should be scrapped. Thanks you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Fredrik, for both sorting these questions out and for making them even more complicated. I'm sure that there are questions from the audience on this. Well, one thing that made me very interested, I haven't seen the argument that you can relate this also to questions concerning academic freedom.
Yeah, I mean, if an institutional review system hinders, basically prohibits research without good reason, then you have a problem in relation to academic freedom. It's arbitrarily limiting. So you need.
But it also has to do if you publish or not, which is also a question with regards to artistic research in a specific way, because you can make works and you can publish, or just make the works, and then you see a difference between those two practices.
It would be great if the court would figure out if an arts installation is comparable to a publication or not. I mean, my point is this gets very tricky if you have a precise legislation trying to say something about artistic practices, because it's the wrong way to. It's not like art-based research should be left to roam in any way. You have, if you have Googled a lot before this to find the scandals, and you have scandals within art that would be, maybe it's not necessary to do that for in research. So there are reasons for to reflect, but to do it legally and to ask the court but which is necessary when you have a legal framework. Then you end up in the wrong kind of discussion. The same kind of discussion we always have with the Ethics Review Act as it is, about legal definitions and instead of addressing the ethical issues.
Thank you, Frederick. It seems like you're talking about literacy, like that the people who are making the decisions don't actually have the knowledge, so they reject things based on the fact that they don't know about them. So we're stuck in a loop somehow.
It's a common problem. It's not only about artistic research. It's a common problem with having an institutional review board, no matter how you organize it.
Yeah.
You have the same kind of criticism from US and Canada. And I've seen cases where the IRBs are just prohibiting everything, all research on X, sects, for example, minor religious communities, too sensitive. So it's because they are people sitting there are not interested in that kind of research, or do not have the understanding to be able to see that you can handle those risks, depending on which kind of methods you use.
Went quite stuck.
You may get stuck. You may get very stuck. I think what is special about artistic expressions is that it's so closely associated to freedom of expression and like fundamental liberties. It becomes more of a pointed problem than stopping other kinds of research by mistake or arbitrarily.
Thank you so much again, Frederick.
Thanks.
Now it's time for our final speakers for this session. Ylva Havander Trudsson, professor in aesthetic didactics at Stockholm University of the Arts. And Kristina Hagström Ståhl, visiting associate professor in theater and performance studies. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And if I know everyone might be a bit tired now, so if you want to just stand up and stretch and shake a bit before we begin. Så testar vi om det hörs bra.
Det är jag som sprakar, tror jag.
Aha. Så kanske.
Ska stå. Kan jag släppa? Kan jag bara trycka in den lite? Går det bra så?
Ja. Bra. kan det vara? Nej, det är inte det. There is more time to stretch. Okej, men då kan du börja med presentation av dig.
Kan du säga först, för då kan jag ta med och så är jag tillbaka till dig.
All right. Okay, so it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for that. So my name is Ylva Havander Trosson, and I work at Stockholm University of the Arts. And my previous employer was at Lund University, Faculty of Fine and Performing Arts, where I was Vice Dean for Research, working with the Academies of Music, Theatre and Art. And I'm also a member of the Board of Educational Science at the Swedish Research Council, which I'm very happy for, since that's a possibility to influence educational science with the perspectives of arts and arts learning. So I work with widening participation in higher arts programs and outside higher education development and minority and indigenous perspectives in arts learning.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kristina Hagström Ståhl. And actually, the title, I'm sorry, Cecilia, that we gave you was a little bit outdated. My visiting professorship is not current, but I'm a theater director and researcher in the arts, still affiliated with theater and performance studies at Stockholm University. So I work primarily now as a theater director and translator, and I also do research in the arts within the humanities and in artistic research. I was previously a so-called PARS professor at the Faculty of Fine Applied and Performing Arts at the University of Gothenburg, which is where I met Ylva and also Camilla, whom I'll introduce in a second. When we were not thrown together is kind of the wrong word, but we were introduced to each other in the process of creating an application for what later has become the anthology we'll speak about, and Ylva will give you the background to that. I've also previously been a member of the Committee for Artistic Research at VR. But also I want to say a few words about Camilla, because there's a third host for this project, Camilla Egtverbach, who is not presenting today, but is attending this this meeting today via Zoom, and she is presently on the Committee for Artistic Research at VR, and is also a professor of drama and theater communication at Oslo Met Metropolitan University, and she's also a practicing dramaturge in interdisciplinary performance. Okay. Over to you. All right.
I will stop breathing.
Stop breathing. But I'm going to be quiet for a little bit now, so if you want to... Should I turn myself off, or how does it...
Okay, sorry. Okay, now I breathe and talk. Okay, so the collaboration between me, Camilla and Kristina began 2020 with an application to Riksbankens Jubileumsfond that had a call for research projects on ethical topics. Unfortunately, our ambitious application was rejected with a review that we had too few publications in the topic. The aim of the research project was to critically examine and consolidate how disciplines within arts interpret and implement standards of research ethics and research integrity, and answer questions of how artistic freedom, autonomy, and education impact the structure and preconditions on artistic research, and which discourses research ethics operate with in the academy. By extension, the aim was to contribute to a standard of ethics in research that employs artistic methods, thereby strengthening research excellence in the arts and strengthening higher arts education. So after the negative response from Riksbankens Jubileumsfond, we decided that we need to take this topic further with more publications. Since the three of us saw the need for further competence development in the area, within the arts universities on bachelor and master's level, within doctoral programs, and in in research, but also related to artistic freedom. Questions that needed to be examined by with a variety of methods, both on artistic and scientific ground. So this work has then continued. First, we organized the Nordic Seminar on Ethics and Arts Research in May 2021 at the Faculty of Fine and Performing Arts at Lund University, which was my previous employer. The seminar featured two keynote speakers, the artist Geir Tore Holm and Professor Carmen Lara Eli, as well as a film by Professor Jonas Dahlberg about his design proposal for the memorial for the terrorist attack on Utöya. We also organized panel discussion that I hosted, which Professor Pernilla Egt-Verback, Professor Maria Hellström Reimer, Professor Henrik Frisk, and the rector of the Danish National School of Performing Arts, Mads Tygesen, participated in. The online seminar aimed to raise ethical questions in the artistic field, in praxis, education, and research. How can ethics be understood and practiced in different artistic formats? And how is ethics practiced in artistic education? What happens to ethical framework when the art moves into the research institutions? And how is the issue of artistic freedom affected? And with that, we had a call for interest to contribute to an anthology in this topic. And the pandemic delayed the process, but now chapters are developing by authors that have shown interest to formulate experiences in the topic. The anthology aspires to contribute to discussions and debates around ethics and artistic research by examining, through examples from the field, how artists and educational institutions interpret and frame research ethics through practice, learning, and dissemination. Artistic research as a field is young and closely connected to professional arts practice, such as it grapples with questions of research ethics and integrity. Ethics in an area of contention with the arts, where concepts of artistic freedom and autonomy are often in friction with the ethical and legal requirements of the research community at large. Today is an ongoing debate about this, as we have heard also this morning. The book also aims to challenge the Western academic framework for other cultural perspectives. Institutions of higher education are increasingly foregrounding the importance of ethical considerations in the arts and arts learning, and there is a need for research that can articulate and propose new ways forward.
Thank you, Ylva. So I'll try to say a few things about where we are at present, because as Ylva indicated, this is a mid sort of process presentation here of something that's an ongoing work that has not yet been finalized or reached conclusions. But so I just want to say first the working title of the anthology, which as I said is in process, is then Intertwinements, Ethics in Art and Research, which may be tweaked in one way or another as we go. But the notion here of intertwinement is central in plural for the book, denoting two or more things that are closely connected or twisted together such that they become difficult to separate. And of course, with this, we mean to suggest the interconnectedness of artistic practice and artistic research practice, research practices in the arts as well as in other fields, between artistic research and arts education. We also want to foreground the complexity of these connections, which can be, as we've heard from you and also seen today, both synergetic and frictional. Several of our contributions address ethical dilemmas, sites or moments where what is ethically complex or questionable in one context or from one perspective may come across as ethically sound or impactful from another. And I'm thinking here of situations such as those we've heard about already, where an artwork aimed for the public may have as an ethical sort of proposal to move people, to alter or change something in a way that would not be defensible, thinking about purely from an ethics standards point of view in research. So that kind of conflict often appears in the case studies that we're looking at. And I want to add that although one aim with the book is to challenge the sort of Western perspective, as Ylva said, the book still takes a Nordic perspective in the sense that the contributions come from a Scandinavian mostly perspective, reaching outwards, but still are lodged or located within the kinds of institutional contexts that we're discussing here today. We had some discussion on that, whether that was the right way to go or whether we should have a more international approach, but also realized that artistic research in this region has been established and developed in particular ways that also maybe embrace certain kinds of vocabularies, educational structures, and parameters of research as well as artistic practice, to a certain extent social and political settings, which means that maybe attempting a wider international scope would risk diluting the specificity of that context and making it more difficult to address in a critical way. So we've settled for this. Let me see. So the book will consist of two thematic strands, if you will, or sections that has a number of chapters and contributions within each. One is a practice-oriented perspective, or what we're calling practice-oriented, which means a spectrum of ethical perspectives in artistic research. And then the other strand is what we're calling academic perspectives, having to do with frameworks for research, contextual understanding, and policies within the educational context. And creating this kind of setup risks adding to the dualism that has already also been discussed today, having to do with sort of art on the one hand and the academic or researcherly on the other. And it's not our intention necessarily to perpetuate that, but we do want to encompass both case-specific discussions and examples from the field of what artists and artistic researchers do, what ethical concerns they encounter in a way that can be more personally reflective or have a sort of focus on the singular. And on the other hand, we also want to be able to address the more overarching frameworks that enable, enhance, regulate, and sometimes then may collide with said practices. So this is how we're thinking right now, but we're open to suggestions from this room. And some central questions that we have identified that have also been communicated to contributors and that we're thinking of, they're not the only questions, but they keep resurfacing. So with no real order of priority, they are: how can ethics be understood and practiced in different artistic formats? How is ethics practiced in artistic education? What happens to the ethical framework when art moves into academia? How is the question of artistic freedom affected? How can ethical perspectives in artistic research be related and analyzed in the context of artistic practice and other research practices? And also, in what ways are ethical considerations intertwined in educational and art productions within academia? And the contributions to the book aren't necessarily restricted to or organized around these questions, and they're not bound to answer them. These are questions that are hopefully raising discussion, possibilities for discussion. And they do outline some central concerns and areas of focus. And as you can probably tell from the wording that we've used so far, the relationship between artistic practice, research frameworks, and the academic educational context is one where we haven't, as of yet, attempted to really tease out what is what in a critical sense, or to create strict categories. And we recognize that while there are distinctions, these may be different in the different settings and contexts represented in these chapters and case studies. So even within the sort of the regional limits that we've set, people are operating quite differently, using different language to address these concerns. So, as I mentioned again, I'll say it again, mid-process, we're working on a book proposal for Routledge right now with the aim to publish a peer-reviewed anthology, and we're also responding to and editing the contributions we've received. So they're in mid-writing. The authors at present are listed here just to give you a sense of who has contributed so far. And we agreed to say that if anyone out there is sort of trembling with motivation to be part of the book project, please let us know, because we are still open to more contributions. With the contributions that we have, and I won't go into them individually because they're so in process, but the book does address a range of disciplines and artistic practices, educational settings and institutions, approaches to the question of ethics, and actually not least forms of writing and research dissemination, from the more sort of personally held reflexive process to wider assessments of institutional policies. But again, we're open to more and other perspectives if you feel that something you're working on either syncs with or adds to or challenges what we're presenting here today. And a discussion that we are having as editors, since we've been working on this in one form or another for a number of years now, is how we're going to handle the challenge of creating a book around something that is so volatile and so rapidly developing as the context that we want to address. A book, as you know, is a form of slow food, slow cooking, even when the process is not interrupted by professional changes and pandemics and so on. And the world is moving at a very rapid pace right now. Changes and developments in policies and frameworks for research ethics at large, at least here in Sweden, are ongoing matters open for discussion. We also have political proposals at present to alter the research funding landscape in a national context, which I'm sure will really shape the discussion in years ahead. And perhaps most significantly of all, which hasn't been mentioned yet today and is not yet addressed in our book, is the galloping development of AI, which is something that, of course, affects ethics in academia, education, in research, in artistic practice. And I would say, you know, both in regard to usage and development of AI tools and generators, but also, of course, in regard to copyright and sourcing, which is a huge issue, I would say, for the artistic field. And it has to do not only with academic honesty, which is a big discussion at most universities today, artistic freedom and those matters. And as a side note, I attended a seminar organized by SUHF last week. Were any of you there? That had to do with AI and research? No, and it was interesting to note they did a poll among the people present, and quite a large number of people responded immediately that they found it acceptable to use generative AI in research applications and to a lesser extent in research articles. Of course, with that positive response being qualified in different ways, but this was across. This was not artistic research. This was across the board. And so obviously it's having an impact on the way that we think about the quality of the work that we do. But there's also something I want to not forget in this, and I feel like it's been discussed less so far, which is that there are pressing questions of sustainability and global inequity in the AI industry. That's also something to take into consideration. And we don't have, as I said, a chapter addressing this, but would welcome that in the anthology. Although by the time the chapter is written, the whole AI discussion will probably be somewhere else again. So we realize that no book or anthology can be a sort of be-all, end-all, or all-encompassing answer to the questions that our field is facing. But what we're doing is we're attempting to represent in our slow cooking kind of way the discussion in our own context of operation as it stands at present. So there we are. Thank you for listening. I think we have some time for questions and discussion if there's anything you want to ask. And I mentioned to you, we also have a question for you, which is that we are interested in hearing from this assembly here what you think are some pressing issues in ethics from where you stand. If you want to pass that along, we'll take it into the continued work with us. Thank you.
Much for your presentation, and we'll see if there are suggestions for you. Just about this slow cooking metaphor, I remember there was slow cooking also on the day that you organized in the presentations, right? Yeah.
Correct.
So, yeah. So one of the questions that I would have is that you talk about intertwinements, but you also think about, well, can we sort of detwine in a certain way? Can we tease out more precise concepts? So is that where you are right now, trying to sort of not just stay in this that everything is entangled, etc., but we want to be more precise in thematizing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say hopefully there can be a sort of a back and forth process, that it's not the one or the other, because these matters are intertwined. That's what we're facing, and they should be. And at the same time, if we can't make distinctions or think critically about those processes of intertwinement and what could be detwined, it's hard to make distinctions. If everything is sort of all meshed together, how can we talk about different perspectives on this? So I think there needs to be a back and forth movement in that, as I see it.
And I also see a need from the higher education institutions in arts, that there needs to be some kind of deconstruction of how we handle these questions, also within the universities and in education with students. So there's a need of, deconstruct and construct again, perhaps.
Yes, the educational perspective has been brought up here. It wasn't really talked about before, but this is also something that you're adding to the debate.
Yes.
So, questions and comments?
I'm just wondering, my name is Tove Dahlberg. I'm just wondering when this book is to be published.
I guess it will take a little while with Routledge. It's a bit of a process, at least 1.5 years.
Again, slow cooking. But there are several processes involved in this. One thing is to, of course, finalize the content, which we can work on. But then there's also the added institutional aspect that Ylva mentions of publishing houses and their processes and their expectations. So, yeah.
My experience is that Routledge have 3 peer review
cycles.
Cycles, that's right. Yeah. So it takes time.
Then I would like to add, it was like a Scandinavian lineup of authors, but are you also in touch with international researchers, given that you're publishing with Routledge, I mean?
Well, I think that's a discussion to be had more with Routledge also. As I said, we've sort of decided that for this initial phase, the Nordic context is the one in which we're working, where we've been able to disseminate this call, where colleagues have responded, and there are specific challenges in this context. But of course, being an international publishing house, they might have perspectives on that. That means we need to rethink it as well. So it's not that we're not in contact with other contexts, but these are the contributions we've received. That's also the fact of the matter is that some people have felt, that the call was something for them, and others may not have. So,
So, well, perhaps we should have like a small stretch of the leg, like you suggested before, and then it's time for the panel.
Thank you so much.
So, everybody, we have half an hour now for a panel debate. If we can get your attention. So welcome back, everybody. There's so much competence and experience with regard to these issues in the room, so I'm really eager to hear your questions to the panel. I would like to just start with one question to all of you, and that is something that has been addressed in some of your talks, and that is the way in which ethics is often not just something that is involved in artistic processes and in art and in research, but it's often also, what can one say, the theme of the research and the work itself, as in your work, for instance. It's something that is thematized in what you do. And I wonder if you can recognize this as something, you know, the rest of you in the panel. So let's begin with you, Mark.
Yeah, I don't know really where to start in the sense that, as you know, as you saw in my presentation, for me it is so sort of integral to think these concepts, to kind of process the kind of work and understand the mediations. I'm concerned about the things we produce, and understand that there are things at stake when we do something new. So for me, it's always been sort of crucial to be articulate when we think design research. So what does it mean to do research? Not just to do design, but to do design research, and to drive that through design. So that's why I've been sort of trying to kind of have a balance between the written and the material and three-dimensional and the processes. And yeah, I've never had a kind of an option somehow not to think the ethical issues, because that's precisely what I think is the core of thinking a practice relationally. There will be beings, if you think more generally than the human, that will benefit in different ways. There's all kinds of asymmetries, and that to me has been like the core of my own practice and thinking. And so in that sense, I agree. There's no kind of way to kind of disentangle, to go back to the intertwinements, and in that sense, yeah, it's at the core of an artistic practice in general, I would say.
You have to talk like you don't have microphones.
Okay.
And you have the microphone quite close to your mouth.
It's a bit late now, but I'll pass the phone. Yeah. Thank you.
I can say something that maybe approaches it from a slightly different angle, but about ethics being thematized in a way, as you're saying. This is maybe anecdotal rather than something that's, empirically tested, but I feel like in conversations with colleagues who are applying for research funding or with doctoral candidates in the artistic field, given that ethics has become not only something that is a preoccupation thematically of the work, but something that is a part of writing an application. It's a consideration in any project design. I feel like ethics has also moved a little bit away from being something that is explored and has become something that's thought of as regulatory, or something that's where you're scared of making a mistake. and I think there's something about the way that artistic freedom and questions of ethics have often been described as if they're somehow mutually exclusive or at odds with each other, where I hear artistic researchers and artists mostly articulating ethical concerns in terms of what they risk doing wrong, or the ways in which they risk being unethical, or ways in which they're afraid of being unethical in the process, because sometimes it's not clear what's expected, or because you realize that what I've been doing actually by these other standards would probably not be okay. And I've, in those conversations, what has come up also is the question of sort of framing the ethical dimensions as also being enabling, that maybe there's something about exploring ethics that is, well, to come back to the question of like doing good. I don't know if that would be a research quality, the way that you've seen it, but that there may be something about artistic practice that is engaging with ethics in a way that is also good and not just problematic. So I just want to sort of raise that perspective as well, that I feel like the part of the ethical concern as what art is exploring has sometimes, as I see proposals being articulated, that it becomes secondary to the worry of not living up to research ethics expectations. So I would like to see more of a conversation around that relationship.
Yeah, and I've been struggling a lot in my research with the perspective of being an insider or an outsider, or being in between of the contexts that you're studying or are trying to learn more about. So the ethical questions around that has been crucial for me to handle with the positioning of myself. As you had one of the quotes from your, are you justified to, do you have the justified rights? I don't know what they said, but
they're saying that applicants need to justify their right to work with certain groups.
That's right. So that has been really a topic for my own research. Am I justified to do this? And I think that the discourse about who can do what has changed rapidly over the last 10 years. So there's a total change of discourse around that today, which is good and important, but it's also challenging.
Would you like to comment?
From an administrative perspective, what I mean, observations I do is that the more you legislate and the more debate there is about particular legislation, GDPR, Ethics Review Act are the big ones, the less reflection there is and the more just technical discussion. Is this within or without the scope of the law? Should this be handled by us, which is avoided to a large extent? It's much better if another authority, or from the perspective of administration, then the researcher is handling it. So it becomes, the more it's regulated, the less you see of this web of which I hear you talk about, of ethics or ethical concerns that are infusing here and there, and the more the word ethics is associated to something very reducing or avoiding risks, or minimizing them at least, and just avoiding issues because it's dangerous. It may have legal repercussions and so on. So it's that's what I can say as an administrator.
And I think one important aspect to all of this is, like in my presentation, I was talking about the difference between formal and informal ethics. And I think it's important not to get bogged down in the formal ethics, because there's a risk then that we end up in a situation where ethics, that we do not tolerate uncertainty in research, because research is uncertain, because at least as an ethnographer, I don't know what the people I encounter, the people I talk to, what they will say. They might say, they might go off on a tangent and start talking about something that's extremely sort of problematic, but that I did not expect when designing and set up this project and applying for all the permits and all that. And I think this is where the informal ethics come in, because that's the culture of ethics that actually prepare us to handle these situations. But you can't really address that through a permitting process. So I think we need to talk more about the informal ethics as well.
Good point. So the floor is open for questions and comments. Raise your hand and we have a microphone.
Thank you very much, all of you, for interesting presentations today. My name is Jesper Lundgren. I'm the head of the Academy of Music and Drama in Gothenburg. I'm also, since more than 10 years, a member of the Ethical Review Board. From another perspective, I'm also an associate professor in psychology, so I have that background as well. One of the difficulties that you have raised, and that brings is important in many aspects, is the intertwinement between what is the artistic work and what is the research. And this is not solely a question, of course, for the artistic research is within this area, but also from other areas of research, there is an intertwinement between what would have done anyway and what is part of the research project. What questions are put just because this is research, and what information would they have got anyway? Maybe if it's part of a treatment plan or their whatever. So sometimes when I try to separate them, I think, what would have been done anyway? So if there's an entwinement, there are parts of it that I can see, this is because it's research, and, well, that would have been done anyway. So I try to sort of think about the ethical aspects of the adding part for the research. One thing that you've talked about is the importance of doing that, because I think if we can do that, that will help us to sort of sort among the ethical questions, because there are ethical issues within when you perform, when you do art, and there are other ethical questions related to when you do research. You've mentioned the balance between the research, the power balance, for instance, which is not the same between the composer and the artist and the public. To my question, I understand that this is a simplified way to sort of detwine them, to think what would have been done if this wasn't research. But do you have any suggestions or tips for researchers in the field of how to think about this sort of the line between research and art, because you have all thought a lot about these questions and different aspects. So how could we think when we try to separate those two parts? That was a long way to get to the question.
I'm going to take a stab at this. So maybe to put it a little bit differently, if we don't need to think of them as being separate, as if there are two entities that will either meet or not meet, but to think, as you were saying, and I kind of jumped to attention because you said what would have happened anyway. And I'm thinking that the assumption that the research or knowledge project is always the same as the artistic project might be part of the problem. That maybe asking specific research questions of a larger creative process is one way to think about sort of being specific. What is actually being asked of the process, of the material, of the making, of the participants, rather than just say all participants are always in it in ways that sort of everything and nothing all at once. That would be my suggestion, to really think about what is the research question that is being asked, what is the method by which the creative work also is intertwined in a knowledge project, or vice versa. Is that one possible answer to what you're thinking about?
Well, if you do that, then when you sort of make judgment, an ethical review, for instance, then you have to take the whole project into account, even those parts that you, in a way, are not put there to make judgments about, like the artistic freedom, for instance. That will be entwined. So that will be the downfall of doing that.
Good point. Yeah. Anyone else want to try it?
I can. For me, one element, at least, that is important is to think. Let's say a design practice. I can design something and be happy with the results of what I've done or not, to some extent. But if I consider that design research, there's a need to make accessible, to make transparent, to be accountable for the type of work that's gone into producing something. So what in scientific literature would be all the referencing, all this kind of transparency aspect is sort of crucial to make explicit. I would say that's one kind of element. If we kind of keep this division, which it's kind of very blurry.
So we have another question there.
So Hugo Boothby from Malmö University, and a question perhaps to Frederick. So the ethics review process is under a process of consultation and perhaps review.
Louder.
So the ethics review process is under a process of consultation. And I just wondered if you had any, as we consider like lobbying for changes, or what we as a community of artistic researchers and action researchers and ethnographers, what is it that you think we could be lobbying for to try and make the ethical review process more appropriate for the kind of work that we do?
What you should say to make to have an effect.
I'm just thinking that I don't know what kind of changes are going to be possible, whose interests are being represented, but as we're kind of engaging with this process, if we don't have a legal background, if we're not as well informed as you are, what are the difficult questions that we should be asking, perhaps?
I mean, because what I brought up before, the legislator has expressed an intention for an exemption, but the exemption is not there legally, because in Sweden we have this fundamentalist tradition of reading exactly what it says in the law and nothing more. So that would be something to argue for. And something that administrative lawyers understand. But democratically, what took effect, seemingly, concerning the problems with ethnographic research that were strongly affected by dysfunctions in the system, was finally a very long, multiple years of debate. The debate didn't seem to work because there were so many years saying, so many voices saying exactly the same thing, different channels. But then there was this, what is it called? A couple of thousands of researchers signing like a revolt or something. They called it something like that. And that somehow, plus the government changed. So that worked. I was just making observations, and there was this investigation going on now. So yeah, some combination of that. Actually, I've written the main investigator and pointed out that this exception should be done. So I pointed this out, and there are others like me at other universities observe how, and this is nothing what I said is new or unknown. It's a known problems, all of them. It has been pointed out, but I think it's very important that the active researchers are pointing it out as well, in your own way. I mean, my way is pointing at the inconsistencies with the rest of the legislation and so on, and trying to make the legal case or the logical case, but from your perspective, whatever that would be.
Thanks. So I have on my list Katja. If you want to be in the list, raise your hand.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to return to the first questions about the possibilities of separating the research component and the artistic project in some way. I think it is, I mean, from my perspective, I would say that I can understand the wish to be able to do so, but I think to imagine that one could do so often is very it's very difficult. That in some way to assume that one can do so is also taking away, I would say, taking away what if we're working with artistic practices and artistic projects as a way, I mean, integral to that process is the development of knowledge, so that research is kind of built into the process. And if we think that we can separate, you are in some way assuming a much poorer research landscape. So in that sense, one needs to then move to the question and the discussions we had in the second question here, which is then about, like, you know, what can and should be regulated on a kind of very strict legal level, and what really need to be taken care of by a much more, the cultural part of the disciplines, and how we discuss, and how the ethics discussion is, and ethics discourse in the arts, in research, in journalism, and that because it's not only problematic for artistic research, it's for ethnographic research. In many practices, it's problematic. So, but it's really, I mean, it's just so interesting, all these questions, and the connection to freedom of speech, and so thank you for raising all these complex questions. But to assume that one can separate, I think it's limiting artistic research very much, I would say. So it was a comment. Yeah.
Anyone would like to respond?
It is, and I think it's important to remember that it's limiting not only artistic research, but I think what ties together all these three last questions is there's a tendency that this legislation has a lot of unintended consequences that are sometimes quite odd. Like, for example, how you cannot today in research, write down and take note that the Prime Minister, the current one, is a moderate, because that's sensitive personal data, even though it's also it's part of his job in everyday, like, common sense that, and to sort of get back to what to the question about lobbying, I think it's also important to remember that artistic researchers are not alone in this. I have colleagues in Lund, David Westerfors and Sara Eldén, for example, who are very active in sort of pointing out these unintended consequences and the shortcomings that the current system brings with it. So just join with them, I guess, is the recommendation there. And so pay attention to what's going on in other disciplines as well, because it's a shared problem.
And there was a very interesting article in the magazine Universitetsläraren, which came out this fall, about the law and movement around it from Sulf's part. And so I recommend, if you haven't read it, to read it, because that was very a lot of information there to the topic.
Any comments from, no, not from your part. So we have a question over there as well.
Thank you. I'm Maria Göransdotter from Umeå Institute of Design. The research practice that we engage with is research through design or practice-based design research. And I think in this very interesting conversation, I'd like to throw in yet another complication that builds on what Tobias said now about the conflation of GDPR legislation with ethics review legislation requirements, which is quite specific to Sweden in comparison. So there are other problems with this, looking at also how it is very difficult in our type of design research practice to separate what is the work and what is research. So specifically coming into the view on roles in research. So if we work with design methodologies that are highly participatory, for example, then people or participants or other than human participants in our explorations aren't there as objects of research, but they are co-producers of knowledge. They're actual co-researchers. So that also brings problems with, for example, requirements of anonymity when we actually want to acknowledge and bring in and highlight those who are actually participating in the design research process. So again, a very particular dilemma that has to do with how we do research from an artistically based perspective. So I'm just throwing this in there to ask you to maybe reflect or comment on that from your points of view.
I think that is very important what you're saying now, and I think also that the artistic research are actually in the forefront of changing methodological questions around research, with bringing in not objects or bringing in other informants, but they are as co-researchers, but not with a research education behind them, so to speak. So I think that is something that we should be the ones who work with that. I would say that it's super important that we really carefully and detailed describe the process, because it's super interesting for others to learn from that processes and to develop new ways of doing research on.
If I can just jump back in then and comment, I think also what you just said now about emerging methodologies is also a crucial part of our artistic research practices, which also complicates how and when do we ask for ethical review, an ethical vetting, and how do we describe it, given what you also talked about the difficulties of language here. How do we explain that it is exactly that we are looking for? We can't say everything about our methodology, because part of what we're looking for is change in our methodologies.
Anyone would like to comment on the panel?
I have a comment on the, I think on the first part of the question. I would like to. I think it's crucial, and I would like to just going back to this kind of. It's about speaking on someone's behalf somehow. That's what I'm trying to get to. So when we try to acknowledge people that are part of the project, in terms of, if you think of participatory design in the standard sense, we'll be working with humans. But also then if you expand that and you work with other than humans, then you're really speaking on someone's behalf, you know, who doesn't have a voice, let's say in that traditional, you know, human sense. But I would question that division. That's what I'm trying to say, is that we need to stay with the challenge of speaking on behalf of someone, of giving, of that I think is an issue to stay with, basically, an ethical dilemma that we have to work with. There needs to be kind of situated response to every time. There are humans that are not capable of expressing, their opinions, because they're babies or because they are, some different capabilities and so on. And there's a huge spectrum as well of sort of sentience and many other things that we need to sort of work with. And I think that is something really which is at the core, again, of the work that needs to be contextualized every single time. So there's no response in general, in my understanding, to your question, and it's a kind of legitimate concern that should be a concern every single time. So that's kind of what I have in mind, because it's kind of quite often and quite quickly thinking, okay, humans, I need consent, and then these people will be, I don't know, saying yes or no to something, and then I'm kind of working with bees, and then I don't need that. And I think we really need to challenge that and sort of work with the spectrum in that sense.
No. In that case, I think we've earned our lunch. Thank you so much for a great first session. Thank you all the panelists.
Hallå, hallå. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Testing, testing. Hallå, hallå. Can you hear me? Hallå, hallå. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, online and in real life. Most welcome to this afternoon's session. Excuse me, gentlemen, we have tried to start here. So welcome to this afternoon's session at the Swedish Research Council's seminar on research ethics and artistic research. My name is Carl Lunander Skarin. I am one of the members of the Committee of Artistic Research at the Swedish Research Council, Vetenskapsrådet, and I have the pleasure to be both announcing and moderating this afternoon's first session. Later on, we will have a final panel discussion, but that will be moderated by my colleague Maria. So we are moving into practice, and we all know that artistic research has a very important component of practice. People call this practice-based research in England, for instance. So the theme of this afternoon is actually ethical challenges in practice, and I have the honor of introducing Eva Boyner-Horowitz, who is both professor in music and health at the Royal Academy of Music in Stockholm, and also associate professor in social medicine at the Center for Social Sustainability at KI, Karolinska Institutet. And this means that she's a researcher from, as she says herself, inside and outside. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Carl, for this introduction, and it's very exciting for me to be here. I hope now that the slideshow here will work. I need to see it from this point of view. So we also started the Center for Social Sustainability 10 years ago at Karolinska Institute, which means that we are engaged with music with both inner and outer perspectives of social sustainability. And I think this could also be a theme during our panel discussion. What has the social sustainability to do with ethics? A little bit about the background of this presentation. It's related to do no harm. So how do we optimize research in arts? Well, ensuring that the ethical considerations are in place, safeguard best practice for both artists, participants, researchers, and we need to be aware of, as we have heard earlier this morning, about the code of conduct, assessments of and briefing for participants. Participants can be both artists, researchers, and animals. And the supervision, the supervisor's role in this process, and also the documentation, of course. So this is rather a question. Is it essential and ethical to develop guidelines to support and professionalize? And here are my focus today, the arts, practice and research, because we have developed guidelines to try to understand the artistic practice within our research projects. So I will come back to that. And well, ethics, we haven't touched upon this, but in my point of view, it's known as moral philosophy, and it's a branch of philosophy that involves systematizing, defending, and recommending concepts of right and or wrong conduct. Well, the term comes from the Greek word ethos, which means character, and I think that is also interesting. What kind of characters do we discuss when we apply for funding? What kind of characters, what kind of different roles do we have as researchers in this context? Well, in philosophy, ethical studies address more moral behavior in humans. And we also have the nature and animal perspective here, which I think is super important. So thank you for bringing that up. And the applied ethics is the philosophical examination from a moral standpoint and of particular issues in private and public life that are matters of moral judgment. So this is a little bit of, well, from my background. So the responsibilities, the question is, for me, what ethical responsibilities practitioners have, and could this, what kind of critical reflections on existing practice is this? And Anita Jensen has inspired me a lot when it comes to a proposed framework, and I will share this framework with you. It also touches upon different methodologies to understand how this framework can be used. And I think this could be part also of the panel discussion later. So let's start with, well, a proposed framework for optimizing ethical practice behavior based on the principle first, do no harm. Well, the first one is related to this code of conduct. And it includes confidentiality, disclosure, ownership of different things, for example, of an artwork, and also consideration of varied participant group. And when it comes to research that we have been engaged with, we know, for example, when we are working with artists, we are letting, for example, patients play with dramas or do self-figure drawings. We do create artwork from this intervention, for example. So this is the double perspective that you introduced me with here, Carl, the inner and outer perspective. So this is the first part of the proposed framework. The second part is about assessment of participants' physical and mental suitability to participate in the project. Are we aware of those factors? What will happen if we are not aware of it? And how do we support this? The third part is about the briefing with the participants. How do we very concrete work with this briefing process and breathing process and to ensure potential risks and that they are understood properly and that we also use a common language. So thank you for bringing up that part, the language perspective when it comes to verbalizing our insecurity, but also risks related to the research questions. And the fourth part in this proposed framework is about awareness training for the artist facilitator to gain practical tools to deal appropriately with issues that might arise and to develop pedagogies for best practice facilitation. And this training and this facilitator, we can define this. What is that in this specific project? The fifth part, ongoing supervision, mentoring. I think this is a key. We need different supervisors from different disciplines to be able to understand the transdisciplinary work that we see more and more, that is more and more common in our research projects. And also the sixth part here, ensuring feedback, debriefing process. And I'm part quite often in health-related research questions, and also engaging at the same time with artists. There is artwork that is a product coming out from this, and how do we debrief this? How can we ensure the feedback and the communication in between those two, inner and outer perspectives? And the seventh part here, the documentation part. How do we document? Do we do this via video recordings, which is more and more common today? We actually present research with video films, and also by using different self-figure drawings, artworks, etc. So my reflection here today is about this do no harm thing. We need to ask, well, I need to ask myself, which ethical responsibility should be covered by the researcher? I think this is an inner, as Selma Lagerlöf put it, it's innervarelsen. This is always something that I need to be aware of in every research work? How do we, what kind of responsibility do I have? So I also would like to very concrete look into the code of ethics for arts in health professionals. And I think that has been very helpful for me to understand our different projects by leaning towards those codes of ethics for arts and health professionals. And here are they, and you can find it at this National Organization for Arts and Health. It's about respect, autonomy, safety, confidentiality, inclusion, competence, integrity, justice. And when I tried to elaborate a little bit with our ongoing and previous research projects, I figured out that, for example, I would like to be a little bit more concrete here as well, if I can, if I may. This first project there is about seeing health in preschools. We are inviting their children, they are aged 3 to 4 years old. They are entering into our concert hall. We have a professional pianist here, Staffan Scheja. He plays classical music for this audience of young participants. And how can we respect this? How can we respect if they don't want to be part of it? How can we work with their autonomy? This is something that we have documented early on. We have presented the consent for the parents, of course, perspective. So there's a lot of respect to this diverse audience listening just to classical music. And also we have Sing Health in primary schools going on right now in different schools in Sweden. This is also a lot of respect for the schools that don't want to be engaged with this. How do we comment that? How do we document that in the limitations of the project? And we have concrete, we call it knowledge concerts. And when we evaluate responses in the audience from, for example, a piece of from Karin Renqvist's Blodhov, for example, very strong affections that occurred in the audience. How do we take care of this? How can we create a safety space? And with targeting the respect and autonomy to maintain this respect. So there are a couple of examples. If you continue with those codes of conduct related to the theme safety and confidentiality, we also now more and more present research work with video films, short ones, 3.5 minutes, to be able to also be very aware of how do we communicate our research with artistics in artistic art forms. So we need to be safe, we need to, which we also said here in the audience earlier today, the GDPR, and the confidentiality. How do we anonymously present data with public, public publications, for example. And there are educational programs also. 1 Year Transformation, that is an educational program that we evaluated. And how do we work with anonymity in this case? How do we help the audience here in this education to feel safe, to create safety space when we are discussing different research questions? And this is also a knowledge concert that we have. We have a knowledge concert, we call it Prelude before Nobel. And we also need to be aware that the artists, the researchers are in that sense could feel secure when we have those rich embodied concerts. And also another artistic projects which is taking place in healthcare. Of course, we have other research questions and ethical dilemmas, which could be targeted inclusion perspective and also competence, which is part of this code of conduct. And when we are working with music, for example, in workplace, we need to be aware how to include competent artists and professionality, discuss this with the workplace when we introduce this. And I think I continue with the last projects here that which also during the pandemic we were asked to give examples of music in healthcare, and especially intensive healthcare in Swedish hospitals. How could we do this when we know there are no Mozart effects, but how could we help the healthcare staff also to take care of all those strong affections working in a healthcare, in an intensive care unit? How can we use artist work to create this integrity and also to promote, which is the 8th and last theme here, the justice, promote fair and just action. So also working in hospice during funerals, to see when we collect data during funerals, when we have musicians engaged, when we interview them. I think this is a mixed landscape of ethical dilemmas and questions that we need to document. So here we have the code of ethics again for arts and health professionals. And for me, it has been very helpful to use the code of ethics from these art and health professionals' perspectives. And finally, for me, it has been important to, it's a little bit hard to see what this slide show actually, but to building those transdisciplinary collaboration. If we have in the first circles there, you see the multidisciplinary work. We have 2 separate circles asking research questions, which will go into research answers, which are divided. And the second part is about the interdisciplinary work, co-creation with research questions in the beginning, and then it will end up in an answer. But I think that we lean more towards the transdisciplinary work. We collect our research dilemmas, ethical dilemmas, from the beginning, working interdisciplinary, which I think is very nice to see this. When you create a book together with different disciplines, how you collect the questions, dilemmas in the beginning. And you have research questions, and then we have more, maybe bigger surface of answers, which is related to this transdisciplinary research question. So I think I will finally also share a little bit the research method going on, where we have artists working both in biological projects, psychological process, epidemiological projects, intervention studies, case studies, focus group studies, and we are working more towards the mixed models of methodologies to be able to understand the different perspectives of research ethics, both within arts and science. So thank you so much. I don't know how I did with the time there, but okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eva. Wonderful. We have a couple of minutes, or 1 minute or so, for a couple of questions directly to Eva, who will, of course, later on take part in the little discussion panel. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm wondering in regards to this code of ethics, and what do we do in the ethics actually create maybe a precarity of safety, say around how we think about gender variance? And these ideas, when like the ethics, the ideas of categorization doesn't necessarily recognize the body that we are working with.
Yeah, true. And therefore we have collected reference as a database related to the findings we know about this. I'm working a lot with embodiment, so this is targeting that especially. And coming from the Royal College of Music here, we are also, when we introduce our students in the different educational programs, this is a key where we need to discuss those things. It can be a little bit hard to find a specific safety space to discuss those things. So what we did, we created this knowledge concert when we start warming up with pieces of music that relates to gender. And then we create satellite seminars in relation to the affections of that piece of music. And I think that have been very successful for our students. Also to start a vocabulary and find a language related to the gender aspects of embodiment, for example. So, yeah.
Great question.
Yeah.
And do we have another question for Eva presently? I don't see any waving hands. So we shall be moving on. Thank you so much and welcome back to the...
Thank you.
And now I have the pleasure of introducing my friend Hanna Hallgren, with whom I shared some time, who is a former member of the Committee of Artistic Research at Vetenskapsrådet. And just a moment. There we are. So Hanna is a poet, and she's also a senior lecturer at Linnaeus University. She is as well an associate professor of gender studies. And Hanna will now present her talk on when aesthetics becomes ethics in academic and creative writing. Welcome.
Jag tror det i alla fall. Hade jag inte det? Yeah.
Great.
Linnaeus University, yellow. So my talk of today is entitled When Aesthetics Becomes Ethics in Academic and Creative Writing. So I will tell you some about the ethical complexity in my ongoing literary project, Hallelujah-flickorna, the Hallelujah Girls, which also is the project I received funding for by Vetenskapsrådet this year. I will focus on some of the project's ethical matters, but just first, the name, the Hallelujah Girls, is actually a term coined to name the first female priests in Europe, which was the female officers in the Salvation Army in the 1860s. And since it was very difficult for women then, so they always had to be two, thereof the Hallelujah Girls. So what is the Hallelujah Girls? It's a biographical project consisting of 3 books in which I deal with parts of the Swedish LGBTQ history, along with other biographical dimensions, such as an upbringing in the Salvation Army, writing, university work, experiences in relation to sex, gender, sexuality, class, and a history of 2 depressions ending in an ADHD diagnosis. It is modeled as a short story sequence entity in which the stated themes above rotate, and the I is an actor in a web of structure. It is also a project in which I try to create a speaking bitterness prose. Speaking bitterness is a term from the second wave of feminism in the 1960s and 70s, when women met in small consciousness-raising groups. And through understanding how similar their lives were from a female perspective, abstracted knowledge then formed theory, and through this process, woman and women became political science. The women spoke out their bitterness and made theoretical achievements. Speaking bitterness prose can be viewed as diving into the past and make it talk back. It might not come out right, but there are words of today in the world of yesterday. There is suddenly a tongue pronouncing snow falling into the globes, how it illuminates sceneries of past time. The yet to come, as a presence in the past, is bolted in ink. So what ethical issues are at stake here? Basically a whole lot, and I will just raise a few of them. Yeah, this is Gräsgårdshamn, not far away from where I live on Öland. Firstly, I had to create or shape a context, the ultimate context, which is an area for the text where it can breathe. This means to invent its receiving parts, its readers. I built an army of ideal readers, a safe space where loyalty is on the side of the text. There are similarities with the film version of the writer Kristoffer Folkhammar's novel Magisterlekarna, portraying an all-gay school as if this is the place, this entity talking back, this erotic center, which remembers an odd time, a previous version of reality. So it talks back into a yesterday of abuse, of shame, of bodily ache, of victimization. This is the first ethical component in the building of the text. A haven, a shore, where things can be said since it is safe to speak. To point out a yesterday, an alternative world where attitudes towards LGBTQ persons were different legislation, etc. It can be called an ethical now. A tense does not exist apart from the time of the text. An ideal now where you lay your burden down for a minute. It's safe to talk. It's a place where you forget about the death penalties. It's a place without corrections, without defeat. It's a window in time where it is okay. In Sindu Lopez' words, we have no past, we won't reach back. Keep with me forward all through the night. And once we start, the meter clicks and it goes running all through the night. Until it ends, there is no end. Secondly, and this is an imminent matter in all talks from within a minority group, for example, the LGBTQ one, there must be ethics in how to portray it. This means it's a slippery slope, a road in one direction. There is a way, is there a way, to catch the tone so one does not disclose information but carries the story in one's hands? How to find a tone that does not encourage mainstream voyeurism, but sets free that which was enclosed in the folds of time. That which needed to be told, and how did it sound? This ethical task is of importance. How to talk back from within, since the voices of LGBTQ persons historically are rare. LGBTQ persons have been objects of research, legislation, malediction, but seldom been writers of history. For example, when I came out 19 years old in 1991, homosexuals did not have the right to get married, wasn't included in any particular legislation on workplaces, didn't have the right to inseminate, still died in AIDS. How did this impact me? How did I become me? Could I have become someone else in relation to the circumstances? I want to write to find out. I want to write to ask the questions about what happened. How does one become this one or that one or the other? So a key question is how is a biographical text, figure, ethically and literary, that carries and in the first person tells a minority story, so that the repressed voice of history appears, but without creating space for a majority societal voyeurism. Here a crucial question raised by artistic research is exposed, that of the relationship between artistic freedom and research ethics. I want to reverse the components and claim that a story that starts from the perspective of the minority first can seek freedom after a certain measure of justice, or, if you like, ethics, has been achieved. And this is regardless of whether it concerns art or research. Thirdly, will there be clashes between artistic freedom and research ethics in the project? Since it is a biographical material with real people in, dead or alive, who will have their real names? Who will be called something else? Who will read on forehand? Who will not, and why? These are questions the project have to answer when it is trying to gain new insight in the questions of how freedom of the arts can be viewed through the lens of ethics in research. The biographical I will try to situate and make herself accountable in and through ethics and style. So fourthly, what I'm in search of is when aesthetic becomes ethics in academic and creative writing. Is it even possible through the pronoun of I, the style, and an overall ethical consideration informed by feminist research ethics? It is a blob, a web, a mouldering material, my life as I remember it, in its ethical now, from within a minority perspective, on the waves of artistic freedom and research ethics. So, this project aims to deepen our knowledge of research ethics with a particular bearing on the field of literary composition. The ambition is to bring a research ethic raster as far as possible over a fictional biographical writing, to investigate what happens when ethic and aesthetic becomes artistically intertwined. As far as I know, no literary biographical writing has been attempted in this way in Sweden, and no artistic research has been conducted in the field. I remember when I was a child, a certain kind of happiness, a bodily feeling of being okay. And I remember it stopped. I remember the snow, the tongue, the glove. I remember sitting on a train staring into the woods, seeing my face as a reflection in the window, the face through the glass, fading colors. I remember I hold my heart in my hand for the first time, how it pulsated, how warm it felt inside as ice was melting. I remember I wrote because what else is there to do? Any particular words? Away and beyond and far, far away. I remember September came with an open sky, October still bright, and November is asphalt black, syrup black, when not even the stars are in place. I remember a kiss far away, locked in time as a shrine. I remember throwing the key into the sea. What do I remember? How can it be said? Where? The now might not be strong enough. Well, you have to invent it, tilt it, as if there was an army of readers ready to read, as if. What if there is an army of readers? What if an ethical now exists? What if I lay my burden down? What if the armor falls off? Who is awaiting me and for what? Tack.
Thank you. Yeah, that was strong. Do we have any questions for Hanna in the room? Please. You gotta get a microphone.
Thank you, Hanna. So my name is Petra Bauer. Maybe not a question, but a comment, which I don't know if this is within your line of thinking, but I couldn't help thinking of the media theorist Tina Kant, who talks about ethics of care she talks about image making, and you, of course, in writing, but I thought, because you asked when ethics becomes ethics, and also I wonder if one could also say when ethics becomes aesthetics. So she talks about ethics in care and image making, and for example, an ethics of care, one example of that would be the attention to details, how you kind of focus on certain details, which is also an ethics of care from her perspective. And I thought that also creates an aesthetics in line of ethics. And I just, when you spoke, it reminded me of her, how she reflects on the ethics of care within image making. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, thanks.
Do we have another question for Hanna? Yes. You can have that microphone.
Thank you, Hannah. I'd love to hear a little more. You're really situating yourself in relation to this kind of constellation of ethics and aesthetics that kind of emerges from the writing and from the life somehow. So it's inside, I would say, somehow. And then I'm really curious about this speaking for, you touched on it, but this idea of speaking for an entire very complex community somehow as the I. To speak a little more about the aesthetics of that, I guess. I feel like the ethics are clear.
I guess I'm still figuring it out, but I think one of the drive forces in this project has been, I'm both a poet and an academic in gender studies, so I'm down with all the feminist theory and so on. And I just thought a lot about the I in the feminist text, which is as opposed to in some kind of objective science where there are no I's, so to speak, and then all these social these categories with sex, race, sexuality, age, blah blah blah, and it was some things that struck me that. There were those categories, but so what? So they didn't come to life. So I wanted to bring them into life somehow. So this was actually first planned as the fourth part of my dissertation, but I didn't have time. And then the other thing, which is knowledge from writing poetry, writing fiction, is that the I in fiction is very liveful. It's not a sign of authenticity or truth, or it's words colliding, and out of that, I somehow that was at least one of the reasons why I wanted to do this.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Hanna, and you're most welcome back in a little while to the panel discussion here, or the little talk. Thank you. As we actually have welcome on Hugo, I will now present very soon for you the third speaker, but I will also remember you all that the fourth speaker in this session has unfortunately fallen ill, so we will not hear nor meet Cecilia Åsberg. But now I have the pleasure of welcoming Hugo Boothby, who is a doctoral candidate in media and communication studies at Malmö University. You are also a musician, a composer, as far as I understand.
I wouldn't classify myself as that.
No, he wouldn't classify himself as that. However, I will very soon have you online here. But the speak that you're going to do is listening with elephant ears, appealing for care in ethics review, and apparently that is a musical project with disabled people, as far as I understand. And we are very much looking forward to this. Welcome, Hugo.
Good. So you can hear me now. Great. Just going to start my... So my name's Hugo Boothby. I'm a PhD candidate at the School of Arts and Communication in Malmö University. And in this presentation, I'd like to reflect on my work together with the Elefantöra ensemble. So that's elephant ear in English. This presentation draws on a recently published article titled Ethics Review of Artistic Research, Challenging the Boundaries and Appealing for Care. So I'm going to summarize the discussions that I raise in this article, but I'm able to do it in greater nuance in the article. Elefantöra describe themselves as a norm-critical music ensemble. They include both disabled and non-disabled musicians. The members of Elefantöra are not classically trained, and some of the ensemble do not read conventional music notation, which neither do I. Although they don't have conventional musical training, Elefantöra often collaborate with elite orchestras and classically trained musicians, and have become well respected within Sweden's contemporary music community. Elefantöra are based in Gothenburg, and they're supported by Share Music and Performing Arts, which is a Swedish knowledge centre for inclusive artistic development. So here we can see that's Joel and Eva, two members of Elefantöra, performing at the Change Music Festival in Kungsbacka. So in October 2020, so this is in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was commissioned by Share Music to create a new composition together with Elefantöra. The new work was created during a series of collaborative workshops and is titled Listening with Elephant Ears. So the composition was premiered at Lund Contemporary Music Festival in October 2021 and was also being performed by the ensemble at the Freja Performing Arts Festival in Jönköping. And actually we performed it again last night in Malmö, which was really great that I actually got to perform together with the ensemble last night, which was really fun. So it's really exciting for me that this work has become something that they return to and they enjoy performing again, which was always the intention, that if we could create it together and it could be meaningful for all of us, it would be something that could be a useful part of their repertoire. So to give you an idea of the kind of work that we've done, I'd just like to play you an excerpt of Listening with Elephant Ears. So this is a short extract from the performance in Jönköping in June this year. So that's about a minute. The full piece is about 7 minutes long. So as well as generating a new composition, the work with Elephantera was also an important part of my PhD research. In my PhD research, I ask, how can sound work, so working with sound and listening, how can this be effective in promoting positive social change? So if we consider that in the terms that are suggested by this conference, I might think about how could my work with Elephantera and the artistic creation and performance exist as a site of empowerment for the musicians of Elephantera, and I could also think about how could this be empowering for myself as a researcher as well. I think it's in those kind of terms that I'm thinking about it. So this is a photo from the first workshop that we did in Gothenburg in 2020. And one of the things that's interesting about Elephantera is that they don't have conventional musical training, and they found ways of working with new technologies, with iPads and different digital technologies to facilitate collaboration between different musicians from very different backgrounds, which is another reason, as a media studies scholar, is why I'm interested in working with them. And then this is the premiere at Lund Contemporary, which was in October 2021. So during the workshops and the rehearsals that we did, we worked for about a year, kind of putting this piece together. I did interviews with the ensemble. I observed what we were doing. I talked to them. They talked to me. They challenged my expectations about what it would be to create work with them. And this ethnographic data contributed in important ways to how the work sounds, but also to how I've analysed the work and presented it in the academic publications that I've made. And one of the things that strongly came out of working with them was that they didn't want to be defined as artists in terms of disability. So one of the musicians says it really clearly. She says, I would like the audience to focus on the music and not the disability I have. That's an important thing. Some people just see the wheelchair and not the person I am. Just focus on the music and the musician I am, not the wheelchair. And I wanted to add this laugh because it was in this kind of spirit of kind of generous exasperation as to, how she experiences her life as a musician. So the artistic work that Elephantera do is interesting to me because the ensemble successfully contest ableism, but it's very clear that their work should be judged on its aesthetic value. and it's not therapy, and it's not activism. They're musicians, and they make great music, and they make great music in a special way. So this refusal to be defined as artists in terms of disability brings my artistic research into direct conflict with the ethics review process in Sweden. So etikprövningslagstiftningen, the ethics review authority in Sweden, dictate that any scientific research, so my work is scientific, it's done with in a PhD which is given on vetenskapliga grund, on scientific grounds. So any scientific research that processes sensitive personal data must seek ethics review. And under the category health, disability is defined as a source of sensitive personal data. So this is problematic for me because the ethical values that underpin Sweden's ethics review authority are directly in conflict with the ethical values of Elefantörer. So as I've described, Elefantörer would prefer not to be defined as musicians in terms of disability. The ensemble broadly adhere to a social model of disability in which an impairment only becomes a disability within particular physical and social environments. So following a social model of disability, it's not the wheelchair user that's disabled, it is the inaccessible stairs that are disabling. So for a musician, it's not a disabled musician, but it's a musical instrument that's designed incorrectly to be played, which is itself disabling. So this is in contrast to the Ethics Review Authority that seem to follow a medical model of disability, which considers disability as an ontological fact that must be corrected at the site of the body. So with the assumption that this would be a clinical intervention. Placing disability under the category of health and legislating that a person that is diagnosed as disabled will always generate sensitive personal data is a process of othering, an institutional process that serves to define some members of Elefantörer as vulnerable, even if the musicians do not accept they are vulnerable themselves in that process of creating art. So the dominance of a medical model of disability within the law and the ethics review process is perhaps not surprising given the very strong influence of biomedical research on ethical review in Sweden. So this is the image that the Ethics Review Authority choose to use to illustrate their section on their website about the history of ethics review, which I think captures quite well how they understand the history of ethics review. So the biomedical model of ethics review that is applied by the Ethics Review Authority is incompatible with the collaborative artistic research methodologies that I apply in my work with Elefantörer. As a corrective to the biomedical ethics privileged by the Ethics Review Authority, I propose an ethics of care. So Mark Israel, when he defines an ethics of care, he says, an ethics of care requires researchers to understand how their positions in hierarchies of power might affect their perceptions and to challenge the possibility and value of maintaining neutral and distanced relationships with research participants. So defined in this way, an ethics of care privileges the quality of the relationships between researchers and research participants. And it also privileges a rigorous critical reflection instead of an unquestioning adherence to an already entrenched scientific orthodoxy. An ethics of care is useful because it privileges a reflective relationship between researcher and the research participant, rather than privileging an objective distance. For me, the value of artistic research and the work that I do, I know it's a very specific case, I'm not claiming that this represents all artistic research, but in the type of work that I do myself. For the value of the artistic research is its transdisciplinarity. and the potential this offers researchers, myself, to transverse boundaries that often divide scientific research from artistic practice. So an ethics of care is consistent with the value that I find in artistic research, because it challenges the conventions and boundaries that seek to divide scientific research from artistic practice. So for me, the exciting area to work in is that which exists in between artistic practice and scientific research, and how those kind of tensions and troubles unfold. So to try and offer some kind of solution or response to this, I think it would be useful to look at processes of informed consent and how that's policed by the Ethics Review Authority. So at present, the process of obtaining informed consent from research participants is very clearly defined by the Ethics Review Authority. So researchers are instructed to use templates designed by the Ethics Review Authority to obtain informed consent. And the assumption is that if you follow these guidelines, your application will be more easily processed. But within this process of informed consent, there's no way for a participant to state if they consider themselves to be vulnerable or not, and if they consider themselves to be a source of sensitive personal data or not. So in the process of informed consent, if you've been diagnosed as disabled, then there's no way of escaping that diagnosis. You have to accept it if you wish to take part in scientific research. An ethics of care could be demonstrated in a very practical way through the application of more careful approaches to informed consent. An ethics of care applied to processes of informed consent would empower research participants to define for themselves their own role within an artistic research project, and to define for themselves if they were vulnerable or not in the work of doing artistic work. In the case of my work with Elefantera, processes of informed consent, informed by care, could have empowered musicians to decide for themselves if or how disability was relevant to the artistic work that we created together, as opposed to the existing process of ethics review that routinely labels artists disabled without their consent. So thank you for taking the time to listen.
Thank you so much. So interesting. Let's have one or two direct questions, if there are, for Hugo before moving on to this little panel discussion. Do we have something in particular for Hugo? I'm sure there are many questions and thoughts, but so yes, please. Yeah, great.
So Pernilla Hagbert from KTH. I just wondered if you have, so from your work and also based on the previous questions you asked to Fredrik, what has been your interaction on these questions in the sort of ethics review process? If you want to share, because I think it's also interesting to see kind of the terminology for, as you also raise, is really important here, but also how the means of engaging beyond sort of the form. If you want to share.
I mean, I'm happy to share as much as I can, but given the very kind of the legislative nature, if I talk a lot about my experience, I risk incriminating myself. So I have to be quite careful. But I will say that I had a problematic experience with making an application, which involved a senior member of the ethics review committee at my university telling me that I might go to prison. And I had to adjust the informed consent procedure and again engage with the musicians and ask them if they would agree to signing a new informed consent because of the issues with the Ethics Review Authority, which they agreed to very generously, but which they said they found frustrating. But again, it was quite interesting that when we talked about it, one of the musicians just said, det är tråkigt. Like, as in, it's just, this is boring. And I think that it's at that kind of level that I'm, experiencing it.
Thank you very much. So let's move over here, please, and Hanna and Eva. And how about taking this actual threat, or or at least a warning from who was that? Was that? Yeah, whatever. I rather meant what actual status. So I don't. In case you didn't follow what Hugo just said, he was advised to not go down that road, or to at least have another kind of consent, because it might end up in it might end you up in prison. So I mean, that is of course a very interesting stance for our forthcoming discussion regarding practicalities, research ethics, etc. So my idea now is to try to start a discussion between the three of you. And of course, anyone who wants to chip into the discussion is most welcome. And I would like to ask Åsa, if you can be as you are now. But I mean, first of all, we'll try to get something going up here on stage. I would like to start with asking Eva. First of all, if you were familiar with Hugo's work here, and whether or not you were that, if you have been in any way close to any experiences such as these, and in what way Hugo's work and your work are sort of interrelated.
Thank you for.
Just a moment.
Thank you for asking me this, Carl, because I think about my one of my doctoral students, Kaja Korocek. She is now into her last year of PhD work on adults with autism and music creative activities. So it really targets a lot of these spaces in between processes that you raise here, Hugo. So if you could just stay in that space, the space in between, how could we cope with that? What kind of language do we use, and what kind of methodologies do we use? I excuse myself, I haven't heard about your work until today. So I made some notes here when it comes to the informed consent of care. I think that is important for everybody in this room to be aware of the no harm, caring for each others, and understand how vulnerable an artistic process, music processes, research work can be. And also when we are not that aware of the emotional mirroring in between authorities, participants, and researchers, that we give ourselves a space in between to help each other by raising those questions as, how do you feel safe in this process to give your consent to this specific, I think it was about the share music was related to your project, yeah. And also a lot of compassion towards the vulnerability in between people, that we are different, and we need to respect the differences. At the same time, adding diversities into our research projects, which is per se a little bit paradoxical. And I'm so happy that one of your participants really said just tråkigt, which means I'm okay with it, but I don't like it. It could be the opposite. It could be the other way around, that this person could say, I don't want to be included into this project any longer. And the whole project could have broken into small parts. So there's a lot of reflections related to this, Hugo, and I'm so happy that you was brave enough to continue to bring the process into your thesis. Because, I mean, that could also be, and I have a lot of questions to you later on in the break about this vulnerability. Okay, back to you then, Carl. I don't know. This was...
Thank you. So good. And this, of course, brings us back to what Katja said in the beginning, the fact that our research might be hindered. So I would like to ask also Hanna, when you mentioned clashes between artistic freedom and research ethics. Do you get any sort of further thoughts on that after these two presentations that you would like to share? Or when it comes to your, because I mean, sorry for interrupting again, but I mean, as your research has this fictional component, I mean, or the poet component, if I may say so, which makes it even harder, I guess, to sort of to balance between components of reality, components of fiction, components of poetry, and still having to relate to a research ethics paradigm.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's first. It's a project about memory, and all memory is like inventions. So it's not even true in that sense. But one way I deal with it is, for example, there is in the first book, which is coming in April next year. There is a story in which the she comes out for her parents through a letter, so bits and pieces of that letter is then somehow in an essayistic way interwoven with parts of like the history of sexuality, especially from a Swedish perspective, but from the 1960s and so there are certain books that came out in the 1960s which I know of because I wrote my thesis about the lesbian movement in Sweden. So it's somehow a blending, and then there are parties which are also just very fictional, as in not true. So it's a mixture. Now I forgot what you asked.
Well, I think I didn't really put a very clear question. I more or less wanted to spark you like that. But yeah. And how about Hugo then? Where are you go? What is the status right now for you? I mean, you are integrating this problem into your thesis, and what is happening with the actual artistic research project as related to? Did you get those consents, and what is happening next? Will you sort of elaborate on those forms, or what is happening?
I mean, the work that I did with Elefanthera is a part of my thesis, and these articles are now published. So they're important case studies and ethnographic data, which is I'm analysing together with 3 other case studies that I address. So the work is continuing and nearly finished. But I think what's important to me is that this has been a process of helping to try and understand how I can apply practice-based, artistic, action research, ethnographic methods in this kind of way, in a way that generates work as well as critical reflection. And that will continue in a new project that I start in January. But I think the thing that was really interesting to me that came up, the connection between the three presentations, was this discussion of a safe space. I think all three of us have mentioned.
Please continue, Hugo. Let them deal with whatever they're dealing with.
Because it was, although I didn't mention it in the presentation, when I asked Elefantera what was important to them about their work, they all said it created a safe space for them to make music in ways that they couldn't do anywhere else. And it was much more to do with that, the creative possibilities of bringing together people with different kinds of artistic and musical knowledge in a way that they could work in, that they couldn't do anywhere else. And it had much more to do with that than the different physical abilities that the different members had. So it was all about the music.
Amazing. So let me remind you, we are still sort of talking about ethical challenges in practice. That's the headline for this actual session. And I mean, I think all the three of you really started my imagination. I guess also the audience here. Let us use the final minutes before the coffee break for any possible thoughts or reflections from you who are here. I leave the just Katja.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation. I was, Hugo, in this idea of the informed, like the consent, what do you say, informed consent of care? No, I'm getting it wrong. Yeah, but anyway, we know what you're talking about. Yeah, informed by care, exactly. If I understand you right, I just want to see, in some way, one could actually look at the whole like requirement for consent in relation to in relation to your idea. It could be the other grounds of, the kind of sensitive data information, all kinds of minority positions. That in some, what you're addressing is that actually who is defining the vulnerability and the kind of right to define your vulnerability and your way of wishing to provide consent and not to be defined as vulnerable. Just to say test, so I understood you right in that sense, that in some way you're questioning that you really need to look at the whole idea of like the grounds for consent and how you how you have that conversation and gather that in a like to turn the in some way to turn the right to definition or right to identification around in some way. Yeah, but it's broader than disability or health ground in some way. Yeah,
I think vulnerability is key here, and about who can define who is vulnerable to who and from whom and for what. And I think it's interesting if Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang, they talk about this flawed theory of change within the social sciences where it kind of generates vulnerability. If you can demonstrate that your research participants are vulnerable, then research is doing, has the potential to do something good and generate value. So there's actually some incentive to describe your participants as vulnerable. This kind of, what would you kind of stories of loss and vulnerability have a currency, and that we should be careful about perpetuating that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's really important. Yeah.
Were you saying something, Eva? Would you like to?
Yeah. This is evoking so many thoughts. I I think we need artistic methodologies to be able to also interpret the different roads of vulnerability, because there is not always a verbal language that could help us to understand the vulnerabilities within specific groups. And we need also non-verbal methodologies to be able to show with our gestures or body movements, or create a painting or a hymn or a piece of sound, a soundscape of vulnerability. And therefore the key, in my understanding, is the transdisciplinary collaborations when it comes to specific your work, Hugo. We need to write about it, and therefore I also think the anthropology that we heard about earlier this morning is a stuff that also could help us with references towards those spaces in between artistic methodologies. How we can create this new language. Because if we don't do that, we are quite rigid, so we think that the language, the verbal language, is per se the only way of communicating vulnerability, which is not the case. Yeah, so...
Please. Thank you. Lambert here. I guess this question comes from Hannah, from your presentation, really thinking around the idea of the I and then the we, which has such a possibility of erasure. And I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on it, of how do we think about the I and the we in regards to the ethics of consuming or viewing the research that is produced?
Please say it again.
Okay, so around the I and then the we of as we're conducting or working through the ethics of research, but then how do we think about the I or the we in the ethics around the viewing or consuming of the research?
Do you mean like the relation between the I and the we as in a minority group, or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess in your case specifically, right, of like when we think about how something is consumed or understood in those ethics, there's codings and such as like queerness or these spectrums or these understandings, or through disability or ability or alternative ability. So like how, when we present that of the ethics of systems of understanding to consume the research or to view it?
Well, I think that I have to think.
Over the coffee break, maybe.
Yeah, we can have a talk. Okay.
That's a very, very good answer sometimes, isn't it? So, do we have another question? Yes.
Thank you. Now I was just thinking about, I think this was very interesting to listen to the three of you, but I was thinking of this post-colonial processes, like this ethical process that we now have to acknowledge. Could one see this as a kind of post-colonial disability interpretation of the situation that we're using? We're taking away the agency of disabilities, people with disabilities, instead of seeing them as a function variation discourse, for example. What do you say, Hugo?
I mean, I think it would be better to ask the musicians themselves how they understand it.
Yes, and that's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, but I mean, like the authorities of ethics, that they now put on another level of colonial. What do you say in English?
Colonial. Or
colonial layers on humans with a functional variation.
I mean, I think it's to do with what Frederick was talking about the having a legal framework being applied to artistic work in a way that isn't consistent. And I think in terms of labeling, I think it's about how we, so if you have a physical ability that makes it difficult for you to access housing or transport, then you have a right to demand that label of disability is accepted and that your physical environment is adapted to make it possible for you to access. But if you're making music together with your friends, in my perspective, it's not okay for the law to say, then you must also be disabled in this environment, because you're not. And you should have the right to refuse that. And the thing that I found, because I struggle with this myself, because I'm able-bodied, and I'm, trying to work with people and, be an ally, I think is probably the word. But the way that you expressed it, I thought was really powerful. You were talking about carrying the story. And I would like to think that I'm able to do that in some way, but there's always a huge danger of carrying someone else's story and letting it spill out in ways that it shouldn't, or carrying it to the wrong place. So I don't know, how have you reflected on how carrying a story for someone else and carrying a story as an ally?
Yeah, there is one concept of from Donna Haraway, and I don't know the word in English, but in Swedish it's buktala.
Ventriloquism.
Yeah. So that's a term that she uses that maybe could be.
In a positive or a negative way?
In a positive way, I think. That in some cases there might be so that we have to do exactly that. Yeah.
And that could be ethical.
And that could be ethical, yeah.
Do we have another question? Yes, I think this will be the last question then before our well-deserved coffee break. Please.
Thank you for, again, a super discussion. And I think also looking at the previous session, it's quite clear that we have an ethical framework that we're required to use that is at odds with the kinds of ethical codes or sort of cultures that we want to work with, and the kinds of transformations that we're looking for. So I have a question that sort of builds on that and what you've been talking about being an ally and being part of whether it's a minority that you're working with or from within, but thinking of communities that come together in various situations. And I think that many of us might be part of communities of practice, of care, of trust, and so on, where we are engaged in some kind of issue or something that at some point becomes part of our research. So we are part of a context where we are in a collaborative role and a role together with others that changes when we then, as researchers, come with questions of informed consent and these kinds of frameworks that you're describing, Hugo, also. And how do we manage that? I mean, what happens to our own roles as then activist scholars or action researchers or artistic researchers when we're sort of forced into those positions?
For me, I think it's important to bear in mind that the research question is steering towards the ethical subject here. So to be aware when we are moving towards the collective. I remember when we started the Center for Social Sustainability and we were discussing how to define the the individual, the group, the collective, the societal perspective, and what kind of glasses do we need to be engaged in intrinsic motivations and extrinsic motivations related to those four groups. And I think we finalized it by using the research question as steering us into the right ethical answers. I don't know if this could be something related to the collective, but this is how I see it right now. Yeah. Are there many?
I think, because I often think about this, perhaps the most ethical thing to do would be just to do the music and not to include that in my research. But it was Share Music, the group, and that invited me to take part, and they are interested in seeing their work reflected and presented in a different kind of environment. They encourage me to do what I do. When I send them the articles, they read some of it and they find it a bit strange and they like some of it. And so I think that there is some value in kind of reflecting critically on what I do with them in an academic environment. And if I can continue to make sure that they appreciate that, or at least accept what I do, then I think that I can live with that as a compromise.
Hanna, would you like to add something? You don't have to? No. Okay. So I think we will end there, and it's interesting that you actually, Eva, that you mentioned the research question. Of course, they will, of course, be heavily influenced by the fact that we have to take the whole ethical thing, if I may say so, into account. I thank the three of you deeply. It's been so touching and interesting to hear what you've been telling us about. Thank you so much. And this means that we have a little bit more than 50 minutes. It will be 16 minutes before the final session, which is a panel debate moderated by Maria. Thank you so much.
Okay, then we're going to turn to our third session for today. And I think we've really been approaching the gap in between vulnerability and empowerment in a very interesting way throughout this day. And now we're going to turn to another side of the coin, perhaps, and approach the question of good research practice, and perhaps also bad research practice, and how to avoid that. For this discussion, we welcome our four interveners: Karolina Wallenborg-Bjelic, Senior Research Officer at the Swedish Research Council, and you're currently working with this issue of good research practice. We have Maria Göransdotter from Umeå Institute of Design, and you're associate professor there. And we have Jesper Lundgren from the Academy of Music and Drama in Gothenburg, also senior lecturer, and Pernilla Hagbert from the Department of Urban Planning and Environment here at KTH. And we also heard about your developing this network or platform, perhaps I'm not sure about the right notion there, but here at KTH, which is also a very diverse environment, so that's really interesting. But yeah, so we will just start with you, the four of you, presenting what you're currently engaged in when it comes to handling this issue of good research practice in your different research environments. And for example, what rules you've been developing, or praxis perhaps, and how you deal with this issue of responsibility, perhaps, how responsibility is being distributed throughout the organization or in between different actors. So, and we're going to start with Karolina and your ongoing work.
Yes, this is on, yeah. Yes, so the Swedish Research Council, we have published a couple of times. The last time was in 2017, a publication or a document called Good Research Practice. And this one is now being updated. So we started the work last year in the fall, and we are now almost coming to an end. We plan that it should be done at the end of this year, maybe in the beginning of next year. So this document is a popular document on our website. It's the most downloaded document. I think had close to 80,000 downloads in 2022, so we know it's widely used. And it's used for many purposes. We know that it's a support for researchers within research ethics. We know that it's also widely used in education of graduate students, and also, of course, other researchers. And also, even if it's not the official national code of conduct, in reality it has been treated as such in one sense. And it is a central reference document on a national level. For example, it's referred to as in decisions by the Swedish National Board for Assessment of Research Misconduct, so MPOF. So now we are renewing this document, and we have an internal work group in which I am the coordinator, and then we have representatives from different areas of the council. And we also have a writer that is hired to do this, to do the writing, and his name is Jonas Åkerman. He is working at Stockholm University normally, where he is doing support for researchers within questions concerning research ethics. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we will be able to. We will probably come back to the importance of this publication, but let's continue. Just yes, but we can continue in the order that we have here.
Okay, thank you very much. The question how we work with these issues right now at the artistic faculty, I would say that we continue working with ethics in research in the way we have done for a long time. Like ethics is always sort of apparent when we talk to students, when doing artwork and doing different kinds of performances or whatever it is. When it comes to research, the ethics has somewhat followed the same course, that we discuss it together with supervisors, and it's been present. Just now we are talking about the need for some kind of formal group that we can use to ask questions to, due to the fact that people are a little bit nervous about making faults, doing the wrong things, and so we need to handle that nervously in the faculty. And there is also a need to have someone to ask questions whether or not I need to make an ethical application or not, which is a question that, learning from today's discussion, is quite challenging, because it's sometimes difficult to know. Well, in some cases it's easy to know that yes, you need to do that because you have this cooperations with other researchers, but sometimes it's more difficult to give that advice. But I think we are talking about having some sort of group that you can refer those questions to. There's another need for that kind of group, is that sometimes you need a formal approval for your project, even though it doesn't fall under the legislation, the Swedish legislation, but maybe the journals require that you have an ethical approval from somewhere, and we don't have an organization where that's easily comes from. So that would be the second task for a group like that. But we haven't established it yet, so we're kind of in the discussion about how we could formulate that kind of group.
Yeah, so at KTH, I should start by saying just now that Fredrik is not here, but an appreciation for Fredrik, because that's also a basis for this. But at KTH, we do formally have an ethics committee, so this just struck me when you were talking, but I don't have any personal experience of this, and this has very little, let's say, it's not a guiding, it doesn't have the legal aspects of this. Instead, as was mentioned by Katja this morning, I heard, we've initiated a research network really on, so this is from the faculty side, so being advised by Fredrik and sort of him prodding into the leadership levels. There's no formal, let's say, there's support, but there's no formal framework for this. This is a collegiate initiative. I'm currently coordinating this. This is placed on me, but also because I've expressed interest in this. So we're gathering researchers across KTH that are somehow working with people, let's say. We call it ethnographic-ish, or ethnographic research. And we've had a few network meetings, and especially just following up on Jesper's, that this nervousness that you mentioned is also what we see. KTH being so diverse, we can also see very diverse experiences with this. So I have a background in architecture. I work in the urban planning department here. We don't have a culture of working with ethics. I should say that quite bluntly. I didn't feel that this existed in architecture. I think, especially in compared to other social sciences and so on, planning research does not have this at all. I'm working in critical design research, this, I would say, is not there. Where we're looking towards inspiration are from other fields. That being said, engineering is even 10 steps back from that. So there's a lot of interesting issues that come up. Also, some of the projects that Fredrik mentioned before that sort of challenge when we see these inter, multi, and transdisciplinary projects being done at KTH. This is where we're seeing really these issues being brought up. But I would say that's a challenge in this diverse, and yeah, I can come back to that, sort of the art, engineering, design nexus.
Yes, so at the Umeå Institute of Design, I can second what you've already said about the need to form both, you could say, more collegial groups, but also to have a support that is more central to work with ethics in various ways. I can say that at our department, the Department of Design, which is the design school, we're part of the Faculty of Science and Technology, which in turn is then part of a larger four-faculty university. There's very little knowledge and competence, I would say, on faculty and central university levels when it comes to the things we've been discussing today that have to do with formats of artistic and practice-based research. So this is quite problematic because we of course are doing things on the department level to have the kinds of discussions that we've been talking about today, both the more collegial, sort of informal ones that are of importance to what is good research practice in the field of design for us. So that we're doing in various ways. We try to do that also across all levels of education and research, so from basic to PhD level and also in research. More specifically, like in the research education, which I am a part of, then we have formally made sure that we have learning outcomes and learning goals in all of our mandatory PhD courses that we give ourselves that address specifically various aspects of design research ethics and design ethics. We've also developed a design research ethics course to complement or to tag onto the overarching research ethics course on university level, since we have some specific considerations that we feel are needed from a practice-based design research perspective. Then when we of course are in dialogue with the central support facilities like the research office or the university library when it comes to support for data, handling data and GDPR issues, or for when it comes to how and when do we need to make an ethics review submission. And they're saying, oh yes, interesting, let's learn together with you. So then it sort of comes back to us needing to figure that out to be able to support our support systems in how we want to do this. And I guess, as you all know, we're often very small environments. We're a limited number of people. So it is really, really difficult to find the time to do this. So I think this is what we're struggling with as well.
Well, thank you. You've already touched upon several really, really important angles, so to speak, on this. And I would like to turn back to actually some of the things that Tobias was talking about this morning. You're describing, all of you, I think you're describing this as a movement in between formal and informal structures. And I think that one thing that has not been all that explicit is the belief in informal structures, or you could say self-regulation. And especially when it comes to art, we have quite some confidence in our ability to self-regulate. And I wonder, is this also your experience, or are we now perhaps in a situation where the ethical concerns are so complex so that somehow we're a little bit lost also when it comes to this ability to self-regulate. And in case that is so, what are the consequences in terms of finding the right level of formalization, perhaps?
Maybe I can also echo again what Fredrik was saying, that there is, and I think the concern of the legal ramifications are now overpowering the very healthy discussions on ethics, which I've previously, when I was a PhD student in architecture at Chalmers, I wondered where that discussion was. And I came to KTH and it wasn't necessarily here either. And then now it's very topical, but it's from a legal standpoint. So while I do believe, and obviously through this network, it's sort of a self-regulating or at least trying to discuss, I believe in that, I must also be critical in that I don't think we're capable enough yet to self-regulate. But that's something different than the legal, so maybe it's not self-regulate, but it's kind of the belief in collegiate sort of ethical conduct. I would be a bit worried, actually, from my experiences. So not to be really a downer here, but I do believe that we need to have this very important discussions and not just the legal aspects. I think that's completely killing it. Yeah.
That is also something that has been expressed, for example, in the research review of the humanities and social sciences, quite a clear way. But perhaps I'll push it a bit. I think historically, I mean, these aspects have been quite kind of tacit in a negative sense, implicit, also part of the very disciplining of a field. Which means that ethics have been formulated from a special perspective, a kind of, definitely non-gendered or let's say male perspective, normative perspective. So is this something that is now being addressed actively, or is that why we're here, perhaps, or why this is a topic today?
If I can sort of just, I'll tag on to that and see where we end up. But I would say yes, we do have a very we do have a very strong and we are very able to have really productive ethical reflections and considerations. And I think in our fields we have taken these issues seriously for quite a long time. And then we have perspectives that are growing stronger that also challenge old ways of looking at what is good artistic research and so on. But I think also that, looking at what kind of practices we might want to strengthen and bring forward as proposals, looking at what we've been talking about, that artistic research is so very much about generative work and processes that evolve in directions that we don't always know where they're going, then our ethical discussions and practices need to be constantly evolving throughout our work and our research. And I think that is also something that is difficult with the current legal formats or the expectations on what it is we need to handle and how to tick the formal boxes. So again, I agree completely that we are sort of maybe over-regulating ourselves because of the fear of not doing right from the legal aspect, which then becomes like a catch-22 moment almost in looking at what do we need to do and how could we do it, how do we want to do it, because we spend so much time trying to figure out when do we need to apply for ethics approval, how do we do it, why do we do it. I can just give the example from
the artistic research environment that I'm in at the moment, funded by the Research Council, where we are 5 people from 4 different universities, and we're starting up now and thinking about, okay, so do we do an ethics approval application for the whole thing from the beginning, or do we do it consecutively as things evolve? But then it's also the fact that with the costs, it costs us 16,000 every time because we're multiple universities. So it's also, what can we afford to do? Yeah. So all these layers come in, and then that brings us back to a place where it's really difficult to know how to have these discussions.
I agree that the focus on the law side of it has been too much, and it sort of puts focus from other more important things. But on the other side, it has really put the ethics on the table. So we discuss it a lot more. I agree with you there. So it's been sort of a more important subject to take care of. Just to comment on how we can work with it, I think we all, in all faculties, we will need to look at how we educate our students in these questions. And I have been teaching research ethics in the social sciences, and at one point I was interested in what the research said about how to perform education when it comes to research ethics. And there are some publications that have addressed these issues, and I learned 2 things actually from reading those reports. And one thing is that it's important to have the ethical discussions and educations within your field. So it sometimes feels good that you gather people from different fields and you talk about research ethics. That doesn't work very well. So it's better to sort of keep the discussion with examples from your own field where you can go in depth with the difficulties. So, and that sort of works better. The other part is, if you want to avoid that people are doing wrong things, sort of misconduct of research, most of those people, they know what they should have done. So it isn't lack of education that is the problem. It's the fact that they think that it's worth it to sort of cut corners. And the only way, the best way to avoid that is to have a culture where colleagues can discuss that and say, hey Frank, I'm not okay with what you did in your research project. That was not okay. And maybe that culture is even more challenging within the artistic sphere, where we are sort of with our own project. So maybe we should talk about how we can handle that and how we can sort of support that kind of discussion when it comes to not criticizing each other's works, but maybe to talk about the ethics in our colleagues' works. To be a sort of, well, I think that's the 2 things I learned from that.
Yeah, what you're describing is really a continuous work with the research culture in an environment, and that research culture is also should also be kind of well grounded in the actual practices. And I think that you are also, this notion of research culture is also something that you have been addressing a lot in your work, in the working group. Carolina, do you have the feeling that this is a notion that has become more important in this new edition?
I would think so. When we have been around discussing with different stakeholders, we have understood that this is important. So it's something that we have definitely thought about in the new version. And also, just to add on the ethical reflection, that even though I think in this new version, of course, in one sense, is a collection of, I mean, material facts, laws, this and that, but we also really try to put an emphasis on ethical reflection and having an ethical mindset in your work and a good professional judgment. Yeah.
Yes, and I think, there's all these aspects, they do relate to each other. But for example, the idea of research culture based on peer review could also, in an ethical context, we perhaps need to talk about also peer reviewing in terms of sanctions, or in terms at least of pressure, pushing each other through a cultural context in the kind of right direction, which are those more sensitive aspects of developing a culture, developing a common foundation, and a set of values that are more explicit than perhaps what they have been. So this is also a way of dealing with this new nervousness. I would say I would like to ask you about what are the risks, and also in terms of creating situations where the idea of safe spaces, I will put it rather like this, where the idea of a new perhaps formality, although not really institutionalized culture, ethical culture, perhaps a culture of relations and care, where this is not becoming a structure that provides answers, but rather a space for negotiation and a continuous friction. What do you think about these, you could say, ambiguities?
Yeah, I'll start this off. No, I think this is very much, and that's also, if I am to still be positive and second what was said earlier about artistic research being, I think Fredrik talked about on the boundary, or like, I like that expression, which I can't remember now. Because that is also the case, and this, I think, is really about these tensions. So in a sense, perhaps we're holding artistic research to a higher standard simply because it's also a sort of critical, criticality is a way, it's an approach in itself, not an end or so on. But then I would challenge if we are always the best in establishing these safe spaces or forms for constructive criticality. And I think that goes all the way down, and that's why, to me, this is sort of this really, it's everything from the, what's the English term, but well, I guess it's the code of conduct of us in academia, just as colleagues, in education, how we do our education, the sort of formats of students presenting in different ways, whether it's performances or final crits or whatever it might be. That is certainly, and that has been quite problematic among our student groups, collegial disputes and so on. I mean, I'm not saying this is not the case in academia in general, but I also think for professions, academic fields, where criticality is key, we need some work in how to establish those spaces for tensions to be constructive. And I see examples of that, and just taking a sort of practical experience of working in research groups with norm-critical design practices, trying to apply norm-critical ways of working is a challenge, but a necessity to have a sort of legitimacy of working with issues. But maybe we need to learn from others. So we're, for example, working with practice-based organizations that have methods and ways of working that we can bring into academia. Yeah. Anyone else?
Could you give an example of organizations working with that? Because I think
yes. So we've been working with organizationen Mellan, för jämställdhet. So they work with masculinity norms, for example, and they have just which would be pretty simple method materials and methods. But they are not obvious to us as researchers, right? How to conduct a meeting, how to carry out a conversation, and so on. Yeah, so those types of experience.
Tagging on to that, I think, again, there is work being done, and there's also a lot to be learned from collaborating with communities outside of academia. But I think also that, as you said, norm criticality or various perspectives that are strongly coming in to the artistic field also are part of this, continuous conversation and reflection that we need to have on, okay, so what have we been doing? What are we doing now? Where are we going? And what do we need to contend with? And what do we want to continue doing? What's embedded in our ways of working, our methods, our ways of thinking, and so on. So I see, like in our environment, there is very much reflection and concern for an ethical research practice that has to do with being together with others, whether it's humans or more than humans, whether it's sort of living organisms or technologies, and just thinking about what does it do to our understanding of ourselves, our positionality, the world. How do we work in non-extractivist ways, whether it's thinking about materials or thinking about other people's experiences or knowledges, and how we ask them to work with us in our research and teaching situations. So, I think, I see everyone nodding. So we're all experiencing this, and I think we're all discussing it. And the question is then, how do we bring all of this that we're already doing into a constructive work with the things that are difficult for us, whether it's internal cultures in our subjects or in our institutions, or whether it is the legal systems that actually don't help us in this work. They rather are hindering us now from having these conversations and bringing them into the formats that we might be able to suggest or discover ourselves, because we're so occupied with not doing legally wrong and ending up in prison, or forfeiting our PhD work because then it's disqualified because it turned out that you would have needed a consent or an ethics review here or there. So, yeah.
Yes, but do you have something to add?
No.
Perhaps we have comments or questions from the audience. Yeah.
Me first. Thank you so much. Really interesting discussion. I wanted to stay a little bit on this, the self-regulatory. I think it's a really interesting, what is the capacity, and what Pernilla said also about, well, this crisis. I mean, I think one could call this recent years as a kind of crisis, that it really is a crisis that is happening because of this, and it's debated, but the definite sense of a kind of much more firm legal threat, and the question about, okay, if I didn't do right, maybe I cannot finish my PhD, and it's really urgent questions. So in some way, I mean, the analysis that, okay, parts of this, what this crisis has brought forward, is a kind of urgency to the ethical question, which means it's being discussed and debated, and parts of that is, of course, very good and really increasing the level of consciousness and capacity. But still, I would very much like, that if one looks at the present system, and one is how could one reform it? One would really urge for a model where a lot of the questions now we think we need to consent for, and to really ask in advance for permission, to turn that again to a more formalized but self-regulatory system, So that, for example, it wouldn't be the case that if you've done everything according to good research standards and you have done all things right, but you didn't ask for the legal permission, if that is discovered at a later stage, it shouldn't be a problem, definitely. It should be just, okay, you did everything right, but maybe you should have asked for consent. So all those things that are now being sort of very, very dramatized, and it's real, those things I think one should really consider to, like, how do you create a system where that, where it's self-regulated, and there could be critique, and, you know, maybe this wasn't done in the best way, you can improve, and so, but to really, like, take down the legal drama of those projects and those, to try to find the level of, what is the level of risk where it's adequate to really have that level of legal drama, if I call it that. And what kinds of risks are more those that, okay, this could have been done in a better way. We learn, we improve. And I think there's a lot of the things that we're being scared of and nervous about that are within that sphere. We just need to do, to have good discussions, do better and develop the practices. And really, I mean, I agree that there is a lot that, you know, there is so much room for improvement and so. But just the question of that it gets up on that highest level of legal questioning, that is like the big problem, I would say.
As I understand it, this is one of the problems that has been raised with the current legal system, that the lawyers also have difficulties with, that there is no way to make an exception and say, well, we can approve this project afterhand because everything was all right, but you just forgot. In most other cases, as I've understood, there is a possibility that you can always sort of make a judgment afterwards. But as the law is written, it's not possible now. So I hope that they will change it when they change. So when we get the new revision of the law. And there was something else I thought of. Which I forgot. Maybe come back to that later.
Maybe you'll remember while we're talking. No, but I was thinking about this, the self-regulation also. I mean, and that is part of what we're doing now. I mean, we're having discussions. We're thinking about what is good research practice. That is something that it never ends. We just need to continue because new things come forth all the time. But there's also the kind of self-regulation that we've been mentioning, you know, the fear of doing wrong. And like as anecdotal evidence of that, I mean, just looking at my own closest environment, I can see that many young researchers and PhD students actually refrain from engaging in some kinds of research practices that, I mean, in the field of research through design is, you know, a hallmark of good design research practice. Engaging with people, you know, going into testing things together, throwing prototypes out there and exploring together, because of the fear of, you know, this might cause problems. This takes time. Do I need to apply for ethics approval? Okay, then I'm sort of sidetracked time-wise, and who knows what comes out of it. I'll do autoethnography instead. So we see a rise of autoethnographic approaches. And I think it not only has to do with that it is, of course, you know, interesting, valid, you know, part of our reflective research culture, but it's also a response to a fear of doing wrong when engaging with others.
Well, that's really interesting. It's something that I've been thinking about as well, that there is not only a risk of adaptation to the system, but also risk of polarizing. And what is it so that we might end up in reproducing the mythical figure of the lonely artist or individual researcher in this process?
Yeah, maybe I can just add to that, because we had an interesting discussion briefly in the break on this, that and it was also mentioned, and I think to me, and how I discuss also with PhD students, is we engage in performative type of research, in the sense that the research is also prefiguring different ways of doing transitions to a sustainable future, using speculative design as a way to engage with that, to provoke or invoke discussion. The whole point is normative, so it's not staying away from the normative, rather than strengthening. That it's kind of, the adaptation should not be to stay away from that, but rather than staking perhaps our claim in that. But that means that perhaps you will be held to a higher standard in having to check all the boxes and knowing the framework and process. So it demands a lot more of you, kind of this, and that might scare, but it might also be talking about empowerment of sort of researchers and PhDs and so on. And in that I see as the biggest challenge in the kind of the current regulatory framework. And it goes to this no harm aspect, rather doing good, becomes a normative question. So this is in essence a political discussion. Even we want to keep this separate, or maybe not we, but sort of society, perhaps the current government is sort of, there's this thing that's separate. But it is normative in wanting to shape a different type of world, which we could perhaps agree that art and design does. We don't know if it's for good or bad, because that's where the positionality of the researcher comes in. So it is this uncertainty, which is interesting, but also from a societal perspective quite problematic to deal with. And I don't know how a framework to deal with that would look like. Thankfully, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have to. But I would see I don't know how to solve that. A legal boundary for normativity seems very tricky.
That's definitely, you have a point there, I think. Do we have any more comments? Tobias.
Yes, I have a reflection on a point that Jesper made that I thought was very interesting. This point about the importance of a form of reflexive self-regulation among researchers. And one way to get to that is by using some kind of strong shared frame of reference or signpost that sort of can help guide such a culture. And I think that VR might have a role to play in this, because VR has done this before. And I miss publications such as, there used to be one called forskningsetiska principer i samhällsvetenskaplig och humanistisk forskning. And I miss texts such as that one today, because while God forskningsetik is a great publication, it's also quite broad and sort of and sort of it doesn't help sustain these kinds of conversations in the same way as a sort of poignant, sharp publications such as forskningsetiska principer used to.
I can agree with you there. So we have ALEA, which is the European, I don't remember the acronym, but sort of the guideline, European guidelines that we decided on. I think they're a little bit more, they're not very specific, but a little more specific, and they mention also kind of activities that we don't approve of. So I often point to that one as a complement to good forskningsetik and good research practice.
I can just comment. The new version of good forskningsetik that we're working on, is the basis of that is the ALEA, or the Code of Conduct. It's called the European Code of Conduct for research integrity. So this version is based on that, and then we sort of develop it and try and put it in the Swedish context. And then these forskningsetiska principer, I think part of that is included is also in this new version, but maybe framed in a different way, I would say.
One part of those principles that I think we have discussed not so much, but little now when we talk about making sort of that research can damage or make good. So one of the principles that are mentioned in the humanistiska samhällsvetenskapliga is that we have sort of an obligation to protect the individual that we have talked about, but also that the society have a legitimate request that researchers should perform valuable research. So research that are helpful for the society. And I think maybe that we should talk about the value, talk more about the value of our research. We sort of sometimes take that for granted. So new artistic research gives new knowledge about things, and we should talk about that value and how it sort of adds to the society on a societal level. That makes also the balance between risk and value more easily understood, I think. So let's talk more about the values.
So rather than balancing risk and usefulness, we should try to balance risk for value. And that's a good point. I think we're approaching the final minutes of this extremely interesting and rewarding day. And yeah, I think I would like to thank all the contributors who have really helped us kind of explore this this field of ethics, bordering on aesthetics, bordering on politics, including questions of not only value but also perhaps really fundamental existential aspects of that has to do with relationships of different kinds. So it's been really, really interesting, and I think one of the conclusions that we've come to formulate here is perhaps that while regulations of different kinds, including collegial networks, might be considered an apparatus or a machine, we want that machine to be a learning one, and not a static one. So I think we will have to end this discussion just for now, but it will certainly continue. So thank you again, everyone, and thank you also, Joachim, for managing the technology here today, and all the others that have helped out making this come true. Okay, thank you.